La iana iluna o ke kukulu o kalanila o ka uie hulialo nei ka ulu e ai ua ye ho mai la ko malama I ka honua nei I ka mauli ola ua o Hawaii I ke oli no nei mai kapi ina ka velo na kala ka hiko ia ika ike mano ka rike koli umai o ki kilo mai o ka uno ia o ka pulama a pa maka I puoka ike ai ua ye
Let's give it up. There we go. Welcome, everyone. This is awesome. Let's give it up for our taiko drummers from Mark H. Taiko Connection. Our Hawaiian chant led by Melanie Leuhua Stewart. And a Punjabi anthem by Sunny Singh, accompanied by Utsav Lau and Toma Fujiwara. Well, welcome one, welcome all to Washington, D.C. Happy Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, everyone. It's our month. This month and this program's theme is Visible Together, and can I just take a second to appreciate how good we look as a group together here on this day? Historic.
And us.
And
us as well.
Should we just do, oh. Okay.
I was actually really excited seeing Phil in his getup today. I was like, yes, come through, spring tones. I'm into it.
Hello, everyone. My name is Phil Kim. I'm honored to be here today. I'm honored to be here today as one of your MCs. Welcome to the White House Forum on AA and NHPIs, a historic Biden-Harris administration event for the AA and NHPI community.
Absolutely. And hey, everybody, I'm Jeannie Mai Jenkins. It's also my privilege. Hi. I get to co-MC y'all here today in D.C. I'm not invited up in this city many times, but when I am, I'm like, ooh, it's important. So I am excited to be here in honor of the presence of AA and NHPI luminaries, Biden-Harris administration, senior officials, creatives, entertainers, educators, community leaders, public servants, and youth leaders all around the country. Happy Asian People Month, everybody! Yo, I mean it. I celebrate it big in May. I am so proud to be Asian. People ask me all the time, like, girl, are you 100% Asian? And I'm like, hell yeah, I am. I'm 50% Vietnamese. My hair is 20% Indian. These lashes are 40% Korean. And these nails are 100% Orange County. Right? Yeah, oh, see? But enough about my claws. We are on a very tight schedule, Phil, so let's get to it.
Let's do it. So if you're on your phone today, quick reminder, don't forget that we have 2 hashtags we're using today. Hashtag Visible Together, our month's theme, and hashtag AANHPIHM. Quite a mouthful.
Nobody's remembering that. Just do the Asian Heritage Month, and also make sure to take pictures and post, and we want to see how you guys are feeling today. We want to hear what you liked about this event, because it's so important to keep this going. We want to make it an annual thing, so please do continue celebrating. And today's event would not be possible without both the National Science Foundation as well as the dope staff here at the George Washington University. Thank you for putting this together. And please join me in welcoming the president of the George Washington University, Mark Wrighton, and then we'll hear a special video message from National Science Foundation Director, Seturaman Punchanathan.
Thank you very much. As president of the George Washington University, I'm delighted to welcome you all to our campus for the White House Forum on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. Of course, this is an opportune time for such a meaningful event, given the federal recognition of this important month. I am proud of our university's ability in the heart of the nation's capital to serve as a location for today's events. But more importantly, I am proud that members of our own university community are actively participating in discussions, highlighting contributions, and advancing many efforts that enhance equity, justice, and empowerment among Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities. I understand that many of you have had opportunities throughout the day to participate in conversations that focus on these efforts, and I trust you will leave having made considerable progress and having identified the areas in which we need to make more progress. As a comprehensive research university, the George Washington University is committed to creating new knowledge and having a positive impact. I hope that today's forum will provide you with more resources and knowledge to have this positive impact on communities, locally, nationally, and internationally. This is an especially critical as we celebrate this month, reflect on history's contributions and traditions, and find ways to lift one another up. Thank you all again to you for your commitment for this important work. Welcome to the George Washington University. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sethuraman Panchanathan, and I'm the director of the U.S. National Science Foundation. It's an honor to join you in recognizing, honoring, and celebrating Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. I'm very sorry that I'm unable to join you in person, but I'm glad that I could contribute this video as part of today's event. I would first like to take a moment to thank our partners at the White House and the White House Initiative on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, and everyone involved for making today's forum a reality. I also want to thank the Biden-Harris administration for continuing to prioritize accessibility, inclusion, and opportunity for people from all backgrounds and communities. As an Asian American who has truly benefited from the amazing opportunities available in this great nation, this is very personal and very important to me. America is known as a land of opportunity, founded on the belief that no matter who you are or where you are from, if you work hard and have the right opportunities, you can achieve amazing things. And I can tell you that this is truer today than ever. But I can also tell you that these opportunities do not just exist on their own. Real opportunity exists when we act collectively with intention and purpose. Today, there are millions of talented individuals who want to participate in STEM, who want to solve real problems, and who want to help strengthen their communities through discovery and innovation. But they lack the opportunity to do so. We simply cannot leave them behind. Every day, Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders make important contributions to our nation's STEM communities and the overall growth of our country. I'm honored to join you today in celebrating these achievements and recommitting ourselves to ensuring that these opportunities are available everywhere and for everyone. Only through diversity, accessibility, and inclusion can we unleash the full potential of all Americans throughout the United States and build a better, brighter future for all. Thank you.
It's now time for us to roll out the red carpet for two of our nation's realists. Let's welcome to the stage the co-chairs of the White House Initiative on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. Let's just say that these two have the hardest jobs in the country. One was getting us out of this pandemic, and the other is leading international trade negotiations in this ever-increasingly complex global economy. I've never said those words in my goddamn life. Anyhow, well, please give a warm welcome to Health and Human Services Secretary Xavier Becerra, and then we'll hear from the United States Trade Representative, Ambassador Katherine Tai.
Wow. Word on the street is the NHPI community has taken over Washington, D.C. today, so it is NHPI Heritage Month, so of course, right? You might not start the month the right way. So congratulations on all who are visiting. Thank you for being part of this forum. Thank you for caring enough to make sure that your voice is heard, and thank you for making sure we do this together. I am thrilled to be here as one of the co-chairs of the President's Initiative to address those concerns, those issues, those challenges most important to the NHPI community. I am thrilled that I get to do this work as a co-chair along with Ambassador Katherine Tai, our U.S. Trade Representative, who has been not only a stellar co-chair and a great participant in this commission that leads this effort, but with these valuable commissioners who come in and meet periodically, we are able to set an agenda. And I think it's important to note that the work that this commission is doing on behalf of everyone in America, but certainly folks in the NHPI community, is to make sure that the voice is heard. And I want to make sure that you're aware that coming soon, you will be learning far more about the work of this commission, because we recently released a report that documents, for the first time, a national strategy to advance equity, justice, and opportunity for the AA-NHPI communities. And it is something that included the participation of every single cabinet member in this administration and over 20 federal agencies that participated to make it clear that when it comes to the agenda of equity, when it comes to making sure we advance justice, we make the right investments in the AA-NHPI community, and that we know the priorities of this community, including things like disaggregating data, assuring language access, and combating anti-Asian hate crime, that we are there and we have a record of it. So to the Vice President, who I know you're going to be fortunate to have with you soon, who has been a champion on behalf of the greater communities that are out there that strive for justice, on behalf of all who have been working in this administration in a whole of government approach, and to each and every one of you who have participated, who have contributed, and who have come to Washington, D.C. We want to say thank you for understanding that we will together make a difference. And so it is with great pride and it is with great honor that I mention that today begins a journey that all of us can participate in to make a difference. And I am thrilled now to be able to introduce to you the co-chair of the President's Commission that addresses those challenges that we face in the AA-NHPI community. Our co-chair, our U.S. Trade Ambassador, Ambassador Katherine Tai.
Bring that down to my height. Thank you so much, Xavier. It is a real honor to be working with Secretary Becerra as co-chair of the White House Initiative. I am so blessed and benefit from his wisdom as well as his very large agency's resources. Hello, everyone. It's wonderful to see all of you here. I was just told how many of you are here with us and how many more are out streaming us. This really feels good to be together where we can talk about our community while being with our community. I'm told that this is the largest in-person gathering of AA and NHPIs under this administration, and I'm so proud and grateful to stand here with all of you. I'd like to echo the thanks to the incomparable Crystal Ka'ai and the entire WHIAANHPI team. They're really superstars. Also, the White House Office of Public Engagement, and, of course, my dear friend, Erica Moritsugu. You have all done an incredible job putting this together. Your dedication to our communities is inspiring, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Today is the one-year anniversary of Secretary Norman Minetta's passing. Norm was the first for so many things. He was the first Asian American to serve in a presidential cabinet, first co-chair of the White House Initiative when it was created more than 20 years ago. But Secretary Minetta didn't settle for just being the first. Throughout his career, he was a constant force to pursue justice and dedicated his life toward all of us taking steps forward together. And that's because Norman understood the power of our collective stories. We are, just look around you, we are a community of communities representing different walks of life, backgrounds, upbringings. We are strong because we are different from each other. And today, we celebrate who we are and the tomorrow that we can write together. Bigotry and violence have threatened to rattle our communities for generations, actually. But those headwinds have never kept us down. Time and again, we have stood up, we have marched forward, From day one, our administration has worked to empower our communities, to make government work better for you, to fight for economic justice, to pursue inclusive prosperity. In January, I was in Philadelphia to kick off the WHIAANHPI Economic Summit Series. Being in Philadelphia for that launch was important to me because our work isn't done in a vacuum or just here in Washington. And later this week, I will be in Los Angeles and Monterey Park to meet with Congresswoman Judy Chu and local AA and NHPI leaders. I'm also looking forward to speaking at the University of Southern California to highlight the strength and resilience that our communities have demonstrated over generations. We are out there gathering face to face where you live, work, and raise your families. And as I travel around the world representing our country, your stories remind me of what I'm fighting for: our collective well-being, our collective liberty, our collective visibility. Your voices help drive our agenda at the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative, and we are putting you front and center in our trade policy. We are looking at how trade has affected AA and NHPI communities and focusing on addressing disparities. To lift up our workers, champion our businesses, and craft a freer and fairer tomorrow for all of us. I know many in our communities have felt cast aside or have been treated like we are invisible, but I am here to tell you, our administration sees you. We hear you, and we are standing with you. Our journey won't be completed overnight, but each one of us holds the power and potential to perfect this union. So today, let us write the next chapter of our beautiful story together for all to see, one of hope, perseverance, and strength. Let us be visible together. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy the remainder of this summit.
All right. Next up, it's my honor to introduce three people I have the privilege and joy of working with and whose leadership I get to see on a daily basis. Let's give a very warm welcome to White House Initiative on AA and NHPI's Executive Director, Crystal Kai, Deputy Assistant to the President. Oh, we'll take it. Let's do it. Yep. Deputy Assistant to the President and AA and NHPI Senior Liaison, Erica Moritsugu. And my boss, Stephen Benjamin, Director of the White House Office of Public Engagement.
Thanks, Phil. Aloha, everyone, and happy Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. It is an honor to welcome you to this very special forum to celebrate our community's diverse cultures, histories, and contributions to our nation. As you heard from our White House Initiative co-chairs, Secretary Becerra and Ambassador Tai, who are just such tremendous champions for this administration, it has been a priority of the Biden-Harris administration to advance equity, justice, and opportunity for all Americans, including AA and NHPI communities. Among the administration's top priorities have been efforts to address anti-Asian hate, promote greater data disaggregation and language access, and ensure an equitable COVID-19 recovery. At the start of this year, we launched the first ever national strategy to advance equity, justice, and opportunity for AA and NHPI communities across the country. And over the past 2 years, we have also done so much to ensure a whole-of-government approach to addressing barriers impacting AA and NHPI communities, and to improve our policy-making, program development, and outreach to all of you all across the country. We've also been busy traveling across the country to meet with many AA and NHPI communities through our White House economic summits and other engagements that we are hosting in different cities to connect local communities with federal resources. We are grateful to be a part of a White House that works so hard to empower AA and NHPI communities and to deliver on the promises made by the President. We hope that you enjoy today's programming and will leave feeling inspired and more visible together. Next, I have the honor of introducing a friend and colleague, Erica Moritsugu, who serves as the Deputy Assistant to the President and our nation's first ever White House AA and NHPI Senior Liaison.
Mahalo, Crystal, and aloha, y'all. As Director Ka'ai had mentioned, over the past 2 years, from my hometown to Honolulu to Cody, Wyoming, Atlanta, Phoenix and Mesa, Arizona, and everywhere in between, we've been meeting with our community members and have learned about the needs of the local communities and witnessed the impacts of the President's agenda for families in those communities, as well as the tremendous strength and resilience of our communities. Indeed, thanks to President Biden, we've become more visible together than ever before. We have the most diverse government in U.S. history, with an unprecedented AA and NHPI representation in our government, including our very own Vice President Kamala Harris, who's the first South Asian American to serve in the second highest office in the nation, and Crystal, who's the first Native Hawaiian to serve in her role. Currently, 14% of our appointees and nominees identify as Asian American and Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander, double the share of our national population. And from historic Oscar-winning performances, you might have heard about this in the film, to achievements across business, culture, sports, and civil rights, AA and NHPIs shape and strengthen the fabric of this nation. We are more visible than ever before. And our president is working to help our community rise above our trauma from the racism and violence that spiked during the pandemic, thanks to the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act with Senator Mazie Hirono, who's joining us shortly, sponsored in the Senate, along with Grace Meng in the House. The Department of Justice has designated its first anti-hate resources coordinator, as well as its first ever full-time language access coordinator. In the immediate aftermath of the tragedy that shocked the local community and the entire nation this year, our Vice President went to Monterey Park, California, to grieve with the community that's been shaken by the shooting murders in their city. And then President Biden traveled there to visit with them again in March, where he announced further executive actions to reduce gun violence in our country. So now, both the President and Vice President have met with the families of the victims and demonstrated with their words and their actions and their presence how much they sincerely care for our community and how much they hope they have for our future. We believe that together we will be stronger and more visible as a community and as a country. Now, it's my humble honor to turn to Mayor Stephen Benjamin, Assistant to the President and Senior Advisor to the President and Director of the Office of Public Engagement. He's charged with ensuring that our engagement with all y'all reflects the beauty and diversity of our communities and the historic and unprecedented ways that this administration has seen and uplifted our Asian American and Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander individuals, families, and communities. So now I'll turn it over to the Mayor.
I want to thank my friend Erica. If I could say what I said to her the very first time we saw each other since I've been on the job, we'd both be laughing right now. An amazing leader, and so thankful to call her a colleague. I hope and pray that at some point you'll pick up your cameras and look around the room behind you and see the amazing beauty that we see from up here. This wonderful gathering of leaders who continue to shape this wonderful republic in so many special ways. I want to thank you all for being here. I'm proud to join you in celebrating the rich heritage and contributions of the AA and NHPI community and share that the Biden-Harris administration has been delivering on the president's promise and improving the lives of everyone in this country, including the AA and NHPI community. The economy is strong with wages going up and prices going down. The president's budget details a roadmap to build on the historic progress of the last 2 years and to finish the job over the next 2 years. It will lower costs for AA and NHPI families, including health insurance, childcare, prescription drugs, housing, college, energy, and more. This administration has made once-in-a-generation investments to support our AA and NHPI communities, providing direct relief, strengthen mental health, expand economic opportunity through the American Rescue Plan, the bipartisan infrastructure law, the Inflation Reduction Act, and many other initiatives. But the work is not yet finished. As the president said during the State of the Union, we're doing everything we can to finish the job, this historic effort. We don't do this alone, but through coalitions and allyship, inside and outside the AA and NHPI community, within and outside the federal government, and with each and every one of you. Give yourselves a round of applause. That's why today's forum and gathering of community learning and coalition building is so timely and crucial. Thank you for all that you do with this partnership and with this administration to make sure we all remain visible together. It's now my distinct honor to introduce one of the greatest champions in Congress. She told me to keep it brief, so I'm going to follow orders. I used to believe the two most powerful words in the English language were thank you. My wife has taught me that they're yes, ma'am. So I just say yes, ma'am. But Senator Mazie Hirono is one of the greatest champions this country knows and has known. She has worked hard to ensure the visibility of the AA and NHPI community, a tireless advocate, including sponsoring the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act and resolutions to honor May as AA and NHPI Heritage Month. So it's my privilege and pleasure to introduce Senator Hirono. Thank you.
Aloha, everybody. You've heard from both Erica and Crystal, and the three of us are from Hawaii, so we always start by saying aloha because that means love. And I think that is a really good way to start any kind of presentation. And thank you, Mayor Benjamin. Don't you like a man who follows directions? No. Okay. And I know that my young friend Mina Fedor is out there. I can't see any of you, but I know she's out there because she was one of the presenters earlier. Do I hear you, Mina? Yay. Okay, she's one of the young people she's in high school now in California, and she is an advocate for young people. And in fact, one of the reasons that she became an advocate was when she saw all the hate crimes directed against Asian Americans. So it's good to see you, Mina. Mina, I know you're out there. So obviously, I'm really happy to be here with you as we begin to celebrate Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. This month is an opportunity to celebrate the many contributions that our communities and the critical roles that we've played in the life of our country. From trailblazers like Patsy Mink, who was my friend, the mother of Title IX, and Anna Mae Wong, to our own Vice President Harris, with whom I served on the Senate Judiciary Committee. Members of our community have long been leaders in government, science, business, the arts, and more. But while we celebrate our community this month, it's also a reminder of how much work remains to advance equity for not just our community, but for all Americans. The AA-NHPI community has long been the target of racism and discrimination in our country. Among our challenges remaining, we are still combating anti-Asian violence, suffering from health disparities, and experiencing sex trafficking and violence at alarming rates. As we work together to overcome and address these challenges, I appreciate events like this, when we can come together to share our experiences, reflect on our history, pay attention to our communities, and discuss our future. The AA NHPI community is the fastest growing demographic group in the United States. In the past 20 years alone, the number of Asian Americans in the US has nearly doubled. But as you all know, we are not a monolithic community. Our communities come from dozens of countries and speak countless, hundreds of languages. This diversity makes our community and our country stronger. Representation matters. And as our community continues to grow, it is essential we advance policies that center the experiences and needs of the AA and HPI community. I have appreciated the partnership of the Biden-Harris administration as we worked to do exactly that. Together, we've passed legislation to address the alarming rise in anti-Asian hate crimes, expand support for Native Hawaiian survivors of gender-based violence, and begin the process to create a National Museum of Asian American History and Culture. This administration has also prioritized putting members of our community in leadership positions. Under President Biden, the Senate has confirmed a historic number of AAPI judges. How do I know this? I sit on the committee that has hearings on this, and it's just wonderful to see this president nominate the kind of diverse leaders to our judiciary for lifetime appointments. I cannot tell you what a change it is from the prior administration. And yeah. And as I mentioned, Kamala Harris, our wonderful vice president, sat on the Judiciary Committee. It was me and Cory Booker, and Kamala. The three of us sat together, and Kamala referred to us as the POCs of that committee, the people of color. And somebody wrote to me saying, do they make them all sit together like that? Well, it was because we were the newest members of the committee, but it was such a wonderful experience to sit on that committee, but also to see the diversity of the judges who are going to be making decisions that will impact all of our lives for decades. And right now, we are working to get Deputy Secretary of Labor Julie Su, a lifelong champion for workers, to be confirmed as our department's next secretary. I cannot tell you how important it is for Julie to be confirmed. She will be the only AAPI person as a cabinet secretary, although this administration they have a lot of AAPIs within our administration, but she will be the first secretary, and we're doing everything we can to get her confirmed. So I am grateful. I am grateful for the partnership of President Biden, Vice President Harris, and so many of you who are here today as we work to uplift and support AA and HPI communities across the country. We are all in this together, and at a time when diversity is a frightening word to some people in our country, sad to say, we are here to lift ourselves and all of the diverse communities that make up our country up. We are in this together, and of course, I look forward to continuing to work with all of you in our advocacy. Mahalo and aloha. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Oh, wow. Thank you, Senator Hirono. We are so lucky to be joined next by the amazing Hawaiian singer-songwriter, Keilana, who joins us all the way from Honolulu, Hawaii. Give a big aloha to Keilana.
Aloha, everyone. Oh, yeah. Now, I've been listening from the back, and I loved how lively everyone was. And I wanted to see, since it is such an important time for us to uplift the voices, I figured it'd be good to have all our voices uplifted today. So I know some of you weren't expecting it, but I'm going to ask you to sing these 2 lines with me, okay? So I'm going to sing it first, and all you do is repeat after me, okay? You ready? This is my song, sing. This is my song, sing. Beautiful. This is my song, sing. Your turn. This is my song, sing. This is our song. Your turn. This is our song, and I'll sing. This was a song I wrote back in 2020, and I told myself that one day, if I had the opportunity to sing this somewhere far away from home, that I would. And how great it is that I'm here in this place, honored to share and uplift the voices of the people that came before me, the voices of my colleagues, and the young voices that have yet to be heard. I'm honored to be a native Hawaiian, a Pacific Islander, and an Asian American from the Pacific, here to share my story and uplift all of ours together. Here we go. E ho mai kai ke mai luna mai e o na mea huna noi au o na mele e ho mai e ho mai e ho mai e ho mai kai ke mai luna mai e o na mea huna noi au o na mele e ho mai e ho mai e ho mai e. This is a chant that we usually start off before we ask for permission to share, to seek wisdom, and to honor our stories. This is my tune, and it goes like this. I am a masterpiece, constantly evolving. I am never changing. I don't need your validation from a short-lived conditional love. You can try to change my mind. Good luck trying. Built this foundation on my own. I started young, but now I'm grown, and there's no stopping me now. There's no stopping me now. Little girl with a big, big dream to change the world since the age of 15. That was me. Now I'm ready to live my self-prophecy of a dream. Turn reality, you'll see, you'll see, you'll see. Oh, I used to think that love was a one-way street, till that one-way street, it got the best of me. There's no bitterness there, it is gone elsewhere, and all that's left is my heart open to the world. I'm ready to change the world with my stories and your stories in a song. And I hope you sing along, you sing along. Oh, you'll sing, yeah. This is my song, sing. 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 This This is my song to sing. This is our song, and I'll sing. So close your eyes, come with me to a place your son will see. My mind is my sacred place to define the way I see the way the world sees me. And I hope you'll sing along, you'll sing along, you'll sing along. Thank you so much. Mahalo.
Wow, can we give her another warm round of applause? Wow. Mahalo nui, Keilana. Now everyone, please join me in welcoming my former boss, Congresswoman Judy Chu, Chair of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus.
Hello, I'm Congressmember Judy Chu from California's 28th District and Chair of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus, or what we call KPAC. I'm so thrilled to join you all for this historic forum hosted by the White House and the White House Initiative on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. So thank you to President Biden and our amazing White House Initiative on NHPI co-chairs, HHS Secretary Xavier Becerra and USTR Ambassador Katherine. I also want to acknowledge all the hard work of WHIAANHPI's Executive Director and my former staffer, Crystal Kai, as well as Deputy Assistant to the President and AAPI Senior Liaison Erica Moritsugu in making this event possible. Today's forum is an exciting opportunity for Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander community members to come together, share our stories, and to celebrate each other. As the first Chinese American woman ever elected to Congress, I can tell you that events like these that encourage AA and NHPIs to break down barriers and build power together are very close to my heart. And as chair of KPAC, being the voice for Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders in the halls of Congress has never been more critical. Just last Congress, my fellow KPAC members and I successfully passed bills like the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act, and the bill creating a commission to study the creation of a National Museum of AAPI History and Culture. And I am immensely proud that President Biden signed both critical pieces of legislation into law. These kinds of successes in Congress don't happen by our efforts alone. They are achieved with all of you here today, our partners at the White House, driving a whole of government equity agenda, community advocates fighting tirelessly on the ground, and thought leaders in business, art, science, education, and more. You are all strengthening our nation in such a vibrant and beautiful way. So thank you again to the White House and the White House Initiative on AA and HPIs for inviting me to join you today to celebrate this historic event, and happy Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month.
Now, next up, we are going to hear a beautiful poem recited by #1 New York Times bestselling author and poet, the incredible Rupi Kaur.
Okay. Can that always be the reaction I get in life? Thank you so much for whoever gasped. Okay, I'll do my poem now. This is a piece that I really love. It's a love letter to immigrants everywhere and my parents who are here today. This is broken English. I think about the way my father pulled the family out of poverty without knowing what a vowel was. And my mother raised 4 children without being able to construct a perfect sentence in English. a discombobulated couple that landed in the new world with hopes that left the bitter taste of rejection in their mouths. They had no family. They had no friends. They were just man and wife. 2 university degrees that meant nothing. 1 mother tongue that was broken now. 1 swollen belly with a baby inside, and a father worried about jobs and rent, 'cause no matter what, this baby was coming. And they thought to themselves for a split second, was it worth it to put all of our money into the dream of a country that's swallowing us whole? And Papa looked at his woman's eyes, and he saw loneliness living where the iris was. On their wedding day, she left an entire village to be his wife. And now she left an entire country to be a warrior. And when the winter came, they had nothing but the heat of their own bodies to keep the coldness out. And so, like 2 brackets, they faced one another to hold the dearest parts of them, their children, close. They turned a suitcase full of clothes into a life and regular paychecks to make sure that the children of immigrants wouldn't hate them for being the children of immigrants. They worked too hard. You can tell by their hands, their eyes were begging for sleep, but our mouths were begging to be fed, and that is the most artistic thing I've ever seen. It's poetry to these ears that have never heard what passion sounds like. And my mouth is full of likes and ums when I look at their masterpiece, because there are no words in the English language that can articulate that kind of beauty. I can't compact their existence into 26 letters and call it a description, because I tried once. But the adjectives needed to describe them don't even exist. So instead, I ended up with pages and pages full of words, followed by commas and more words and more commas, only to realize that there are some things in the world so infinite, they could never use a full stop. So how dare you mock your mother when she opens her mouth and broken English spills out? Don't be ashamed of the fact that she split through countries to be here so that you wouldn't have to cross a shoreline. Her accent is thick like honey. Hold it with your life. It's the only thing she has left of home. Don't you stomp on that richness. Instead, hang it up on the walls of museums next to Dali and Van Gogh, 'cause her life is brilliant and tragic. Kiss the side of her tender cheek. She already knows what it sounds like to have an entire nation laugh when she speaks. She is more than our punctuation and language, 'cause we might be able to paint pictures and write stories, but she made an entire world for herself. So how is that for art? Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I have one more piece. Give me laugh lines and wrinkles. I want proof of the jokes we shared. Engrave the lines into my face like the roots of a tree that grow deeper with each passing year. I want sunspots as souvenirs for the beaches we laid on. I want to look like I was never afraid to let the world take me by the hand and show me what it's made of. I want to leave this place knowing I did something with my body other than trying to make it look perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much.
That was beautiful. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Ruby Kaur. That just touched me so deeply as a new mom. Phil, this is such an incredible celebration. We have a packed house. Are you looking at this? Wow, I did not expect this. And you know what? I want to get to know our Asians out here, where we're all from, right? Let's get to know the room a little bit.
All right, real quick. Where are my people from the East Coast at? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's like a lot of the room. Okay.
Okay, I want to know, where are my Asians that took an Uber here because you didn't want to pay for parking? Me too. Me too. Same. Same.
This section right here. Okay. All right. Who came here all the way from the West Coast? Let's hear it. Let's go. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Which of you guys came from your parents' house because you still live with them, not because you're broke, because that's what Asians do? Me too. Yes.
That was a good amount of folks. All right. What about all our people from the Pacific Islands? Oh, okay. Let's go. That's
yes. That type of energy.
Person over there.
Okay, I just really want to know who here is from Atlanta because I don't have friends there, and I'm looking for a really good. Please tell me where can I find a decent bum thit nung and some fresh boba, yo, because I can't find anything down Peachtree. Sweetheart. Okay, we'll talk backstage. Thank you. Man.
Okay, I'm gonna take a quick step back. So, what about? Let's hear it, if this is your first time at a White House NHPI event?
Yes.
Okay. Well, to all of you, welcome. Second question, if you've ever staffed an NHPI event, can we hear from you? We got some staff in the crowd. Okay. If you've ever staffed a staff at an NHPI event, can we hear from you? Okay, maybe it's just me. That's okay.
Sounds like a personal problem. But you did it, and we're here, so it meant something.
Yeah.
I just want to take a moment, though, to acknowledge the historic significance of this very moment. Because right now, there are 1,500 Asian American, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders gathered here from all over the country, representing nearly 30 states and U.S. territories in person. After a global pandemic that kept us sheltered in our own homes for nearly 3 years, I am so grateful to be here and to celebrate such a vibrant community gathered together. This is the biggest dinner table right here. It's almost like an Asian wedding.
All right. Now that we have all the feels out, I would like to introduce back to the stage Erica Moritsugu, Deputy Assistant to the President and NHPI Senior Liaison, who will be moderating our first panel with some of our esteemed agency leaders. Please give her a warm welcome. Okay.
Hi, it's me again. Aloha. Again, and happy Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Are you enjoying this amazing White House forum? What a way to celebrate. It's only day 3 of Heritage Month, and wasn't the poetry, the voice and the heart and the art of Rupi moving? I'd like to give her a round of applause. She moves me every single time I read her work. If I hear her and her voice, and her heart and her voice and the way it resonates with us. I'm not going to state the obvious. She's a hard act to follow, but we're going to do our best because I've got an esteemed panel here. I'm honored to welcome you to the Agency Leadership Panel, Advancing Equity for AA and NHPI Communities Across Government. Once again, I'm Erica Mortzugu, Deputy Assistant to the President and the AA and NHPI Senior Liaison to the White House, and I'm going to be your moderator today. This year's theme, Visible Together, amplifies who we are as a powerful coalition, committing to empower each other. And it's not just the interracial and interreligious and intersectional coalition that I've talked about. It's also within the AA and NHPI collective to name and honor our differences and then also come back together because we are powerful together. We're also visible together because of our allies, because with our allies, with each other, the White House, throughout the administration, throughout the country, and with you, being visible together is in the DNA of our country. We're all stronger together because we find ways to support and uplift each other. So on this panel, we're going to discuss what the Biden-Harris administration's commitment to further uplift the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander community is. So I'm joined by leaders of agencies, starting to my left, Rohit Chopra, Director of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. In addition to the director position, Director Chopra, the Honorable, is also a member of the Board of Directors of the FDIC and the Financial Stability Oversight Council. In 2018, Director Chopra was unanimously confirmed by the U.S. Senate as a commissioner on the Federal Trade Commission, where he served until being confirmed to serve as the CFP Director. We also have to his left, Shelley Lowe, the Chair of the National Endowment for the Humanities. Chair Lowe is a citizen of the Navajo Nation and grew up on the Navajo Reservation in Ganado, Arizona. She served as a member of the National Council of the Humanities, which is an appointment that she received at the nomination of President Obama from 2015 to 2022, and was the executive director of the Harvard University Native American Program, assistant dean of the Yale College Dean's Office, and director of the Native American Cultural Center at Yale University. And obviously, not least, Kiran Ahuja, the director of the U.S. Office of Personnel Management. Director Ahuja is the first South Asian American, the first Asian American to lead OPM. She was an attorney at the Department of Justice, President Obama's executive director of the esteemed White House Initiative on AANHPIs, founding executive director of the National Asian Pacific American Women's Forum, and most recently, before her confirmation and her return to government, the CEO of Philanthropy Northwest. So if you wouldn't mind joining me in a round of applause for our leaders. All right, so let's get to the interesting part so you don't have to listen to me talk some more. Mahalo nui for taking the time out of your busy schedules to be with us today. We're looking forward to learning from your experiences and how your respective agencies are uplifting the AA and NHPI communities. So I'd like to start with general questions and a short self-introduction and go into specific questions from there. So, starting with Director Ahuja, and then Chair Lowe, and then Director Chopra, would you please start off with a brief self-introduction and share with us an overview of what your agency does? Director Ahuja, thank you.
Sure, thank you. It's great to be here. You know, we have the lights on us, so I wish I could see a lot of the audience. So I'm seeing some of the faces, but it's really great to see what looks like a really, really full audience, and it's great to be back because when I ran the White House Initiative on Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, thank you. Yay, okay, can we keep those on? It's nice to see faces, don't you think? It's great to be back in this auditorium where we held the first summit and to see all these incredible faces, beautiful faces and people. I run the Office of Personnel Management, and the way we like to think about the Office of Personnel Management is really the HR wing of the federal government. And we manage the policy, the technical assistance, major operations all across the federal government that support federal employees. We are the largest employer in the country. And just to give you a sense of the scale of that, 2.2 million employees as a part of the federal government. We manage the largest employer-sponsored health benefits program at $60 billion, more than 8 million people that we support with health benefits. We administer a retirement program, $88 billion to almost 3 million annuitants and their families. And we have the largest workplace giving program. Just last year, we raised more than $70 million across the federal government to support all kinds of organizations and charities. And so a part of being the largest employer, of being really the HR component, but so much more, is ensuring that we are a model employer so that we can draw from the diversity of this country to really benefit the work within the federal government, but frankly to benefit the American people, as well as thinking about all the various progressive policies that we think are important for workers. I will say even one thing that we manage at OPM is a lot of the worker organizing and empowerment efforts that have been a part of this administration. And just in the past year, we increased the number of union members in the federal government by 80,000. So there's a lot of really great work that's happening. We're glad to be a part of it. And that's just like the primer on OPM.
Thank you, Director Ovija. Chair Love?
Sure, thank you. And thank you for making sure I have a paycheck.
Yes, call me if you don't. No, don't call me.
we all thank you for all your work. Good afternoon. Yat e sheli lo yin chef belagana neshle Anastasia Tachini Bashachi belagana dashache do traba dashanale lo kantia de nasha do Washington de Shagan. My name is Shelley Lowe. I am Navajo. I'm originally from Ganado, Arizona. I am chair of the National Endowment for the Humanities, and I live and work here in Washington, D.C. So welcome to everyone who has traveled from far away. We are so delighted to see you here, and special thanks to George Washington University for hosting us today. This has been a wonderful open conversation day with lots of topics that I will take back and think about. We are the National Endowment for the Humanities. We were established in 1965 through federal legislation. Many of you have probably heard of National Endowment for the Arts. Most people know about National Endowment for the Arts. We are the sister agency, National Endowment for Humanities. And we serve the American public by supporting advanced research, lifelong learning, the preservation of cultural collections and cultural heritage across the United States. We are the only federal agency dedicated to funding the humanities and excellence in the humanities. And I often ask people, think to yourself, what is humanities? How do you define that? And to many of us in the work that we do, humanities is the building blocks that build our society. It's the way that we learn how to be individuals. It's the way that we learn how to have relationships with one another. How we learn how to have relationships with the world around us. And it's in the simplest forms, I like to say, it's our unique cultural creation stories. We all have different creation stories about how we came to be the people that we are in the places where our families and our cultures come from. And that's what humanities is. It's those stories, and as we pull them together into one, it's the story of our country, of our nation here in the United States. And that is the work that we fund through grants, but also through funding of 56 state and jurisdictional humanities councils, all of which I encourage you to try to connect with and reach out to. But we're here to advance humanities, to tell stories, and to help you tell stories, your important stories.
Thank you, Chair Love. Director Chopin.
Well, thank you, Erica, and thanks to all of you for being here. I think we're all grateful for everyone who's really come to Washington to want to make sure that our government is reflecting all of us and not just some of us. One of the things the CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, came about was because government failed. In 2008, the financial crisis, we saw a massive predatory mortgage crisis that infected almost every state in the nation, and the results were catastrophic and wiped out wealth for people across the country. The CFPB was established to really police banks and other financial companies to make sure that that never happens again. And you know, over the last 7 weeks, I think Americans are starting to see why we need some meaningful accountability for the financial industry. We saw 3 massive banks fail, Signature Bank, Silicon Valley Bank, and just recently First Republic, and people want to make sure that they have peace of mind, that their deposits are safe, and that the flow of lending will continue fairly. So we need to always think about how do we make sure that the financial system is not just serving a handful of people who already have resources, but serving people with ideas to start a business, for families who want to buy a home, and for really our entire country to make sure we can live up to the prosperity and dreams that we have. So there's so much we're doing, Erica, to fulfill that concept of serving everybody, especially issues that I know many in this room care about.
Wise words, my friends. And I think, let me pull a thread there. When you say that we want to be a government, we want to be leaders for all of us, not just some of it, I think that that's been really embodied by this introductory round that we just had, where the representation that you see of these leaders of agencies on the stage isn't just because we are committed to diversity. We're committed to diversity. Why? Because their lived experience has the canvas and the landscape that really animates, I think, and embodies the values by which we execute on a government for all of us, each of us, not just some of us, in our own ways. And so teeing off of that, I wanted to segue to a question for the panel about an experience that you've had that shaped how you've worked with communities, again, in that frame of how we're doing government maybe a little bit differently than it has been traditionally, particularly when you are thinking about and engaging with communities that have been historically or traditionally overlooked or underrepresented. And I'd like to start with Chair Lowe, if that's okay.
Sure, I will be happy to start. Well, I grew up on the Navajo Reservation, a very rural community in northeast Arizona. And I didn't have a lot of exposure to other tribal communities in the United States until I went to college. In college, I had worked with a faculty mentor, an advisor, and she was on a lot of national councils and went to a lot of conferences and meetings, and I had the opportunity to shadow her and travel with her and visit new tribal communities and other reservations. And it was the first time in my life I realized, wow, there are lots of tribal people across the United States. I had not been taught that. I had not known that all of these tribes were around. I had also not known the beauty of their cultures and how different they were from Navajo culture. I was very used to Navajo culture and a little bit about Pueblo and Hopi cultures, but I didn't know anything about the tribes of the Northwest. I knew only what I saw on TV about the tribes of the plains, right, the teepees, and I didn't know really about their teachings and their understandings. And as I got to understand that they had such beautiful and long-lasting cultures that they were teaching, I got to see how there were many ways that we shared values and we shared teachings, but there were so many ways where we had different values and different teachings. And what I came away understanding was that that was okay, that they were going to do something differently than I was taught or as Navajos were taught, and it was okay, right? They didn't have to do it the way that we had to do it, and I don't have to do it the way that they have to do it. And it was my first kind of realization that it's okay and it's wonderful to learn new cultures and learn about their ways of life, but we don't have to adopt those ways as our own. We can keep our own beliefs and values and cultural systems, and we can be in the same place at the same time, moving towards the same goal, even with those differences. And that has helped me to really make sure that I know how to be in communities, listen to their unique needs, listen to their unique points of views, but still come together and try to move forward to the same goal.
Thank you, Chair Lowe. Director Schofield.
Well, we've only been not so long where we can gather again in auditoriums like this, and I will just rewind a few years ago in the spring of 2020. Obviously, that was where shutdowns and the economy was in a total dislocation. And one of the things we saw was so many family and immigrant-owned businesses going bust. And many of them were franchise-owned businesses unable to navigate the system to get paycheck protection program loans or to work with the big franchisor to keep their businesses afloat. When you look at the data, many of those businesses are owned by people who immigrated to this country. And it has been a major vehicle for creating wealth, for creating jobs, and so much more. But often, they were not heard in the discussions in Washington about how to make sure that people could save their business, that people could actually have a fighting chance to keep doing their work. So we really embarked on a much more concerted effort to listen, not just to the Washington lobbyists, but really, for example, the Asian American hotel owners, so many other groups who had really unique issues and unique views, but affected millions of people, workers, consumers, and others. And I really think a big part of what government has to do is make sure that the system is fair for those who work hard. And I really want to make sure that people who start businesses are not being discriminated against and really can save their own business and community without getting tossed aside. And when you say, Erica, it's more than representation, it's about living those ideals. And I think we have a set of agencies that is just deeply committed to that.
I agree. Thank you. Director Ahuja.
Yeah, thanks so much. I was reflecting on it's a great question, by the way, and I think for myself, how I think about this is, you know, I've spent a bit of my time in and outside of government, and the part that I spent outside of government was doing a lot of advocacy work for the Asian American Pacific Islander community. And when I came in at the beginning of the Obama administration to lead this White House initiative, at the time called the White House Initiative on Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, there was a big conversation, and has been for some time, right? How do we bring together the AA and the PI, or the AA NHPI, and really it is a political construct, right, that was created in a way for us and to really see the growth and fruition of our community and how that has morphed and changed, and how we are recognizing the incredible diversity within that group. But a part of that experience was having very specific conversations with the Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander community, and the importance of their participation and representation in this, you know, big A, little P kind of thing that has been an ongoing conversation. And I'll tell you, that's been one of the most meaningful community engagement experiences that I have had, is spending time and learning about Native Hawaiian culture, experiences, the issues, and making sure that they were being highlighted in a way that was important for the federal government. Another piece of this that I think is important for all of you, as you have taken the opportunity in your time, a full day, to come here and engage with us, is that about really engaging with public policy officials, whether on the legislative side or on the executive side. And I will say the real benefit of having you all as leaders and having you engaged is when we are able to pull you in to have very strategic meetings with leaders in agencies and also in the White House. It moves things forward. And that's what we did, and I know Erica and others, where we set up a meeting, a very important meeting with President Obama at the time, that moved a number of initiatives just because we had the right people in the room who made the case and made one statement that the president said, we need to look into that. And that was the case for Native Hawaiians on a number of issues, but in particular on the Hawaiian homelands, and some of the efforts that they wanted to push forward related to that issue. So to me, that was such an amazing experience, both in a very intellectual way, but frankly in a very spiritual way, of my, getting to know a community that was outside of my own experience, but still very much a part of this broader construct of NHPI that we're trying to create as a political body and power, and to forge those connections that I think are so important among each other, but then how do we leverage that for real power?
As we would say in Hawaii, that's your kuleana, and that's actually also the mana'o that you share with us.
And I should have mentioned, I kind of short-shrifted this in the beginning, but one of the reasons why we're here is because of the model that Director Ahuja had exemplified in 2015. And so that's an example where we want to double down on the things that work, learn the lessons from it, the centering of the communities that you mean to impact by asking them. The fact that the four of us, the three of them, know when the right people are not in the room and to force a pause is, again, another example of a great thing that we should continue. But we're also innovating too and learning some lessons, maybe a little bit the hard way, which is why, innovatively, amazingly, and if you've read the President's proclamation announcing Heritage Month, you would have seen it, and I commend it. It's beautifully written. He mentions that in January, for the first time ever, the Biden-Harris administration released a national strategy to advance equity, justice, and opportunity for the Asian American, Native, Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities. And it includes several dozen individual agency plans. I've been in government for a long time. I've never seen anything like this, laying out both accomplishments but also goals. Halfway through our first term, we're asking you to hold us accountable. That's innovative. It's a little risky. We're going to see how that works out. But I want to toss back to the panel, because each of you participated in this, to preview something in the works from your agencies that will impact the Asian American, Native, Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities in unique ways. And I'm going to start with you.
Well, there's a lot I can talk about, but one of the things that relates to what I just referred to earlier about small business. For the first time, data is often everything in terms of driving decision-making.
Can I interrupt you just for a moment?
Yeah.
Nani Coloretti, the Deputy Director of OMB, is behind. She is an OG from the CFPB. She'll be very proud of the two of us that we talked about data. All right, continue.
So we have put forth a rule that is going to be the first real small business census in America. And it's not just going to put people in big boxes and categories. We're going to actually see disaggregated data that reflect the richness and diversity of people who come to our country and start businesses. We're going to use that not only to make sure that certain groups are not being discriminated against, but also as a data set to really help minority entrepreneurs and others obtain investment, obtain the ability to launch their business in very, very new and innovative ways. We are doing so much on the mortgage front to help everybody avoid foreclosure. That includes the CFPB putting out work in so many different languages that it's not just going to be those who use English as their native language. So I think we think of this work, Erica, as embodied through everything we do. But after the pandemic and the disappearance of so many businesses, especially minority-owned businesses across America, we feel so much urgency on that front.
You're here. Thank you. Chair Lowe.
Yes, thank you. Well, I think one of the things that it's important to note is NEH had the opportunity to fund $135 million in American Rescue Plan funds. And these funds were distributed in ways that were a little bit different than we normally do our national applications and our program funds. For example, we gave $1 million to the Association for Asian Studies, and this funding was underwriting fellowships for Asian studies professionals who could conduct research, do teaching and multimedia projects, but with a particular focus on opportunities for career development for junior faculty, junior scholars, adjunct faculty, contingent faculty, first-generation scholars. Those individuals that often aren't in a position to be applying to NEH because they aren't at the senior level or they haven't reached a level where the work that they are doing is leading to a major book publication. And we looked at how these fellowships worked. We looked at the need that communities were coming forward with. We could not fund all of the need that was out there, but we realized there were avenues to create opportunities for these individuals to start receiving and opening up funding to them in ways that we hadn't done before. So we've been working very strategically to think about how we do our funding, how we do applications for our funding, what the size of our funding and our grants look like, to make sure that we are reaching those communities that we haven't been able to reach. You know, I came into this position after serving 6 years on the council, and I asked constantly about populations we weren't funding. Why aren't we funding more community colleges? Why don't we have more Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander applications? Why aren't we funding more Asian American projects? Right? Why aren't we funding small organizations and rural organizations? And this has been a real focus of the staff as we've moved forward. I also want to say that we're being very thoughtful about how we support telling histories that we have had a hard time telling. So we just announced a partnership with the Department of the Interior to support the Federal Indian Boarding School Initiative. And our funding will help digitize federal records, those that are held within the federal archives pertaining to these schools. And many Native Hawaiian students attended federal Indian boarding schools. Many Native Hawaiian students were subject to language loss, cultural loss. So in addition to funding and partnering with the Department of the Interior, we're trying to figure out in our own funding, how do we open up opportunities for Indigenous, Native Hawaiian, even Pacific Islander communities to bring cultural and language revitalization back. Really focusing that effort so that we can, one, address our history, tell our history, have that history available for people to learn about, but then address the consequences of that history at the same time.
Charla, that's amazing. Thank you. I mean, I think you can tell from the richness and the different points of view. I mean, it's almost like a diversity of point of view that knits all of us together, that embodies the whole of government approach that the president has asked us to be executing and building out on. I have so many more questions, but I just hope that you get the resonance of what it is that we braid together, you know, as a team. As my old boss, Senator Cock, would say, we're pedaling in the same direction to get to where we go. But I'm going to pause on those questions because I wanted to let this play out because it was just so rich and beautiful to have your sharing and learnings. I had questions for, you know, Director Chopra on language access and preservation, and Chair Lowe to recap for us the storytelling and narrative change panel that you were on earlier this morning, in case any of our audience had to miss it or wanted to have like the reaffirmation of that. And Director Ahuja, retention, recruitment, training of our workforce. I do have a friend and a colleague in the audience, the first ever White House Director of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility, Michael Leach, and I know that he was looking forward to that. But instead, I'm going to do a lightning round just so we can close out with any last message you might like to leave our audience here, the folks who are joining us live stream or who might be checking it out later this afternoon, tomorrow, or in 60 years. So last thoughts, Director Ahuja.
I think I'd say, well, first a question, because I know we've been talking about these 32 plans, right? Like, who's read them? All right, so afterwards, you know, what I've heard from and just the quality of these plans, really amazing work that's happening in the agencies, really incredible work that we've heard from our colleagues, and I just being a little biased here of like my time in the initiative, a lot of work goes into it. So many folks across the federal government who are really committed to this issue in the network. So commending all the work, Erica, to you and Crystal and others for that tremendous job. And I think for us here at OPM, what I want to leave is that, you know, there's an incredible commitment by this administration around equity issues, our commitment to the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander community. And I would say for OPM, a lot of the work that we're doing around diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, for us, it's like people are our greatest assets. We want to have all of you, those who want to serve and be a part of public service. I'll just be like really kind of unabashed and be like, as the chief recruiter of the federal government, that we want to entice you to come in and have the experience of being in public service. Those who are advocating for their community are really some of the best public servants. So both in what you see the work that we're doing as a part of this initiative, you yourself could also be doing some of that work inside the federal government. But more than anything, there's so many great opportunities, and I know we're always looking for talented folks. I can say that on behalf of my colleagues and the ones who aren't here as well, and just really appreciate the time, and thank you so much for coming out.
For sure. Thank you, Director Raghavan. I'll just... I'm a fan of the federal government as an employer. I'm addicted. I've obviously been a repeat customer. Chair Lowe, any last words of wisdom
Yes,
and hope?
last words of wisdom. Please get involved with NEH. There's a number of ways you can do that. Please look up your state jurisdictional humanities council. We even have councils in Guam, Northern Mariana Islands, American Samoa, Hawaii, and to our partners there, Talofa, Aloha, Hafade. Please serve on a panel. You can go on our website, search panel reviewer, sign up, read the applications that come in. You are the experts in your area. We need to hear from you, and we need you looking at the applications that come forward. Then look at our opportunities and please apply to something, either directly through NEH or through your state or jurisdictional humanities council.
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Chair Lowe. Director Chopra, I would like you to be uncharacteristically optimistic about a call to action or any last words of wisdom.
Well, I just think it comes down to this, is that I don't think any of you should wait for action. We need you to advocate, to participate, and to push. And I think you need to not just expect or hope, but in some ways demand that we are accountable to you and really what we talked about before, every single person that our government serves. And that goes to all of you in this room.
Thank you. You never disappoint.
And I would just add that I think on behalf of all of us and many in this room, just want to give a huge debt of gratitude to Erica Moritsugu for really her extraordinary work in stewarding, I think, something that has been very groundbreaking and terrific.
I don't do it alone. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, my friends. Thank you again for your leadership in honoring us with sharing this space, and thank you. Thank you for being here for us. Mahalo.
I really appreciate that message that was just shared, to not wait for action, but instead to activate and participate, because there's a huge power in mobilizing. And just to hear that there's actual instructions on a website to go ahead and involve yourself and join a group, join a committee, because when we wait for sometimes for the crime to happen or the action to take place that makes you realize that you feel really alone, it's nice to know that you've already built that community, you've built that army, you've built those contacts to be around you so that we can immediately reach out and form action readily at our fingertips instead of waiting for it to be called upon. So thank you so much for that amazing group that reminded us the power is right at our fingertips. Next, please join me in welcoming a shiro of mine, Senator Duckworth, who has an incredible bio. I call her, every time I see her, I'm like, G.I. Jane is in the house. She's an overall badass, and as an Iraq War veteran, Purple Heart recipient, and a trailblazer on Capitol Hill, representing the great state of Illinois, here she is.
Hello, everyone. Happy Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Thank you to the White House for hosting today's celebration. The American story as we know it would not exist if it were not for the strength of the WHIAANHPI community. And in honoring Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, we are reminded of the contributions of the Asian immigrants who have come to our shores from faraway nations, and of the continued contributions of their children and their children's children. But as we celebrate the rich history and diversity among our community this month, we can't overlook how painful and difficult the past few years have been. Members of the WHIAANHPI community have been attacked, have been shoved to the ground and pushed off of our bicycles, have been denied service, spit on, and kicked, treated as other than, as less than, simply because of the color of their skin. And unfortunately, this type of prejudice is far from new. Part of honoring the incredible journey and history of Asian Americans this month also demands that we reflect on some of the darker moments in our nation's history. moments in which tens of thousands of people of Asian, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander ancestry were forced into relocation and incarceration because of how they looked, moments in which our nation's choices betrayed our nation's values. But we are making progress to ensure this type of bigotry never happens again. I was honored to be there when President Biden signed into law our COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act, which is now helping address the scourge of hate crimes and violence against our community. This law says to the AANHPI community, we see you, we will stand with you, and we will protect you. But this is a month of celebration, so I don't just want to reflect on the pain our communities have felt. It's important that we celebrate our joys as well, to celebrate our history and all we've done to shape America into the beautiful, albeit flawed, nation that she is today, and strive for that more perfect union every single day. It's a time to honor both how far we've come and to recognize the work still left to be done to ensure that every Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander, and every other person, regardless of race, can achieve the American dream. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Duckworth. Quick vibe check. How's everyone doing? All right, let's do that again. How's everyone doing? All right, let's go. So next up, I think, is a panel we think you will all enjoy. A great conversation teed up for you. Many of the participants are my own personal heroes. We like to say that there are people in this work who pave the way for others to come up, and this is that group of folks who will share their wisdom and about their experiences. To moderate this panel, please join me in welcoming to the stage White House Deputy Cabinet Secretary and my Korean brother, Dan Ko.
How we doing? 감사합니다. 안녕하세요. We have an amazing group of panelists, and I'd like to waste no time in calling them all up. First, Nani Coloretti, Deputy Director of the White House Office of Management and Budget. We have Vanita Gupta, Associate Attorney General of the U.S. Department of Justice. You can clap for every person. Jenny Yang, Deputy Assistant to the President for Racial Justice and Equity, White House Domestic Policy Council. And the most popular person in D.C., Gautam Raghavan, Assistant to the President and Director of the White House Presidential Personnel Office. Please join me in a round of applause for these amazing panelists. So all of you have had distinguished careers in public service and served together during the Obama administration before returning to federal government under the Biden administration. What motivated you to enter public service, and what advice do you have for AA and NHPIs who are considering careers in the federal government? Gautam, let's start with you.
Yeah, thank you, Dan, and thanks everyone for this amazing crowd. There's so many of you. So for me, I first got involved in advocacy and public policy and public service in the summer of 2004 because two things were happening at the same time. The first was I was in the process of coming out as gay, and the second was we were in the middle of a national debate on marriage equality and on gay marriage. So for me, my coming out became a part of my inspiration for service. And so fast forward 4 years later when President Obama won his election and we had this opportunity to serve in the Obama administration, for me it felt like this was an opportunity to show up for my communities as a gay man, as a naturalized citizen, to be a part of incredible change and progress. And we saw that, right, over 8 years of amazing things that we did in the Obama-Biden administration. So that's really what got me in. And if that was about personal inspiration, I think in the second go-around in the Biden administration, for me it felt like there was almost an existential calling to service, that we had so much progress that we had made before that we needed to build on and protect. And this opportunity to restore faith in government, to make government work better for people. So that's really what led me here. And I'd say my advice to anyone, whether young or not, who's interested in pursuing public service, I would say, follow your heart, take some risks, realize that there are a lot of us, and we'll talk about that a little bit more, but there's a lot of us who are doing this who want to be helpful to you, so reach out and ask for help.
Thank you, Gautam. Jenny.
Well, I became interested in issues of equal opportunity really because of my mother, and it goes back to her experience of discrimination at work. And I remember when I was young, she'd come home from work lacking energy, and really I could see how it impacted her self-respect and dignity. And I remember one day, she came home from work and I said, I wrote an essay in elementary school about discrimination and prejudice. And I thought she would be proud of me talking about something that she had experienced. And instead, she was horrified. And I grew up in suburban New Jersey. It was not a diverse community. And she was worried that my teacher would think poorly of us because we were talking about discrimination. So I learned from an early age that discrimination was something that could impact people deeply, their self-worth and dignity, but for some reason you weren't supposed to talk about it. So that really inspired me to figure out, how do we actually work to change that? And throughout my career, I have worked to advance equal opportunity, and my advice to you all is to find opportunities to lead things that you're passionate about. I remember helping to organize the National Asian Pacific American Women's Forum, and I reached out to Kiran Ahuja, who I just met at DOJ, who you all just saw, and asked her to join me. And we built a strong network of women who were passionate about advancing equality for our community, and we have been lifelong friends and advisors for each other. So that would be my key recommendation, is find other people and lead things that you care about. Thanks.
Thank you, Jenny. Vanita.
Hi. So my origin story to this work, I've spent my whole career as a civil rights lawyer and really came to that work at a kind of an understanding at a young age of the fact that I was kind of inside outside as an Indian who grew up for a time in Great Britain. It was a time when there was a rise of the skinhead movement in the late 70s, and it was a particular incident that stays with me to this day, that where my grandmother had been visiting from India. We just picked her up at Heathrow Airport, and we stopped at a McDonald's, and at the table next to us were skinheads throwing French fries and food at us, yelling racial slurs. And remembering in that moment just how ashamed and embarrassed I felt, but understanding too the importance of understanding always that I felt very much at home where I was, and yet felt very much as an outsider, and constantly trying to negotiate that, and growing up really conscious of whether there were people who looked like me in public spaces, and what the kinds of spaces and workplaces I wanted to be in. And my parents really encouraged me, yes, to get educated, but also to be really engaged with the world. I don't think they totally knew what they were buying when they got two really loudmouthed daughters to be out there in the world. But I went and became a civil rights lawyer, and to me, it really felt like that was the only path. I wasn't confused about my path, but that was the path for me because I had identified mentors out in the world who were helping guide me. I was often in institutions where I was the first South Asian woman or the first Asian American, and I am now the first immigrant, daughter of immigrants, and first woman of color in the position that I'm in, and also the first civil rights lawyer in top leadership at the department. And for me, the doors have always been opened by other people who are looking out for me. And so I think the takeaway that you're hearing already, and I'm sure it'll continue, is we didn't get here by ourselves. We got here because we were looking out for each other. We are friends on this panel, and we try our best to look out for each other, and also to recognize that what was given to us and doors that were open to us, and people really struggled a lot to allow us to create these opportunities, we also have to give back. So I hope you will find mentors yourself, and that you will, in your own positions, mentor other people, because that is how we will advance, and also by not being cowed by the fact that you may very well be the first in certain positions, but there will be a community around you to support you.
Thank you, Vanita. Nani.
This is such a great panel. So first of all, I want to say aloha. Aloha, one of the many people from Hawaii here today representing. I grew up in Hawaii, one of 5 girls, second oldest, and my parents really instilled in me the values of education and of community service and giving back. But along the way, our family fell on hard times, and we went on public assistance. And I never forgot that time when we needed government help. Government was there and supported our family, and I dedicate my life to sort of helping families in any way I can. But I have had a long career in state, local, and federal service in a number of different areas. I've just been really fortunate enough to work on really critical issues that actually would have helped a family like mine. And I just want to say, in terms of advice for you, I would say just be curious about what everyone's doing around you. Be engaged. If you're interested in serving, if you're interested in government work, you can do it, and you can do it at any level. So be curious and keep people in your life. Keep your network alive. I'm friends with everybody on the stage, as Vanita said, and I hope I can work with them, continue to work with them in the Biden administration, but even beyond that.
I don't know about you all, but those are some pretty inspiring bits of information and advice. And I think it's a real testament, too, to this president that it's not just these amazing leaders serving in the administration, but where they're serving. Nani is controlling a budget of how big?
It's like $1.7, $1.8 trillion annually.
just a little bit of money. Vanita, all of her work at Justice, Jenny Yang at the Domestic Policy Council, so many important initiatives, and formerly at the Department of Labor, where we were colleagues there. Incredible work, and of course, Gautam, who obviously is the front door to so much in our administration, and all the incredible talent that's here. And Gautam, I wanted to ask you a question first. President Biden assembled the most diverse administration in our nation's history with a record number of AA and NHPI appointees. We need a round of applause for that one. And you famously say, and you have the pin on, people are policy. So could you share how PPO has been cultivating a federal workforce that reflects the diversity of this country and why this representation is so important?
Yeah, and let me just underline, stomp, whatever term you want to use, the progress we've made to build, as you said, the most talented and diverse administration in history. Over half of our appointees are people of color, 57% are women, that's awesome, 14% are AA and HPI, and when I say AA and HPI, I really mean all parts of the community. We've built an incredibly diverse community here. And look, I think in terms of how it's happened, first, I will say exactly what you said, Dan, which is to give the president credit. You know, going back to the campaign and in the earliest days of the administration, he said to us, build me an administration that looks like America, and he meant it. And because of his leadership, he gave us permission to sort of run at it, right? To take on this goal of how do we intentionally recruit, bring on people from communities all across America, from neighborhoods, from parts of the country where no one's ever really been asked to serve. I think one of my favorite experiences is when we hire someone, whether they're junior or senior, who says, I never thought this was possible. Like no one had ever thought that to ask me to be a part of the president's team. So that's a big part of what we do. You know, so I think one, the permission from the very top to go and do this. And then the second part is we work very closely with community leaders all across this country to go and find talent that's out there. And I would say this to all of you, because I know we have folks here who are from all over the country and listening on the live stream, who are everywhere in America, is don't think that there's only one route to public service, or I don't want you to think that you have to have a certain education or pedigree or experience, or that you need to have worked in government before. We're looking for folks who have skill and talent and passion from every kind of community. If you're a community organizer, I guarantee you there's a job in the federal administration that can take advantage of the passion and the deep community roots that you can bring to bear. If you're an academic, if you're an engineer, if you're a doctor, there's a job for you somewhere in this administration. Don't all ask me at the same time, because there's not that many jobs. But my point is that there's a real opportunity to serve, and our door is going to be open as long as we are, the president is the president. So reach out, and if you're interested, because I have to give you an ask before I leave, is go to whitehouse.gov, scroll all the way to the bottom, and there's a part where you can say, you know, I'm interested in joining and fill out the application. We are always finding interested, talented candidates just by virtue of having filled out the application online. So you don't need special access or an in or a relationship. You can just say, hey, I'm interested, put me in, and we'll find you.
Thank you, Gautam. And his team is absolutely incredible with the amount that they do, the incredible talent they bring in, and so please do check out the website. Nani, so much of your work is so important to make sure this country is building back better, and a lot of that is with data. And so we know that you're leading the way to advance data equity and improve outcomes for historically underserved populations, including data disaggregation efforts that have long been a priority for AA and NHPI communities. Could you share more about OMB's work to update the federal government's data collection standards and promote greater data disaggregation for our diverse AA and NHPI communities?
Yes, I can do that. So first of all, you're welcome. First of all, let me tell you a couple of things. Office of Management and Budget is probably an agency you may not have heard of. President Biden calls it the nerve center of government. Erica Murthy calls it the nerd center of government, which is correct. We don't just work on the budget. We also work to manage across the entire federal space and also do regulatory actions and review regulations of significance. And we also work on statistical policy. And so that's what we're really talking about when we talk about data disaggregation. And so one thing that we think about a lot in this work is that you can't really serve people well unless you can see them. And particularly with the AA and NHPI community, when you lump the entire community together, you really can't see differences. So this really struck out at me when I looked at this data. If you look at the cancer rates for all AA and NHPI, the entire community, that rate is lower than non-Hispanic whites. However, when you disaggregate, you'll notice that the liver cancer rate for Laotian people is 9 times the size of the liver cancer rate of non-Hispanic whites. So that is how important it is. And we have agencies that work on these issues, and they need to understand what this data is showing and how to serve the community better. And so we co-chair the Equitable Data Working Group, and it developed a vision for equitable data to ensure that the statistical system, and there's 13 agencies that collect data, is efficient and effective in serving communities and accurately captures the diversity of the American people. And so one key practice to do this is to make disaggregated data the norm. And if you were here earlier today, there was a whole breakout session on this that had all of our best people at it to talk about disaggregated data. And I talked to someone who was on that panel who works with me. He said that his take on this is that we've done a lot and we still have a lot more to do. So OMB recognized that this is really important, and we are updating something called Statistical Policy Directive 15, SPD 15. And this is a policy directive that governs the standard for collecting federal data on race and ethnicity. And it's a crucial step in this process and involves incredible amounts of public input. So we have an interagency working group on this and have set up listening sessions and are aiming to make this policy update in a way that is responsive to the community. And so you can actually visit spd15revision.gov if you want to follow the progress on this, and we're aiming to update this by next summer. And that's what we'll be doing over the coming months, is sort of going through all of the public comment we got. But we're actually not waiting to take action on this. OMB has already, through the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Action Plans, put out a call for agencies to actually voluntarily start to disaggregate their data, and they are already doing so. And so you can see some really cool, groovy data. If you are a nerd like me, there's a searchable data catalog on data.gov. And so I invite you to take a look at that. And we're already putting out disaggregated data to start to help policymakers make better decisions.
Incredible work. And I think a lot of us would be excited to cut through a lot of that data. So you're not the only nerd in this room, I think. Thank you. And talking about data and equity and how important that is, Jenny, I was so lucky to work with you at the Department of Labor and candidly learned so much from you there. And we're so lucky now that you're at the White House. And equity is actually part of your title. So the president has prioritized this since day one. And so I'm curious for you, talk about the work that you're doing leading DPC and how AA and NHPI communities fit into the administration's broader equity agenda.
Well, thanks so much, Dan. It's great to see your leadership here at the White House and to be a part of that. This is just my first month on the job, but I have been inspired by the incredible work going on across the government that is advancing equity. I served as chair of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission in the Obama administration, and I can say that President Biden's day one commitment, issuing an executive order to advance racial justice and equity, and calling on our entire government to center this work as part of what they do every day, has made a tremendous difference. What we know from the employment organizational change space is that leadership at the top matters. And as Gautam said, having a president and a vice president committed to advancing equity in everything we do is paying off for all of our communities. So what our team does, and we work across many areas, including democracy and voting, criminal justice, work that Vanita is leading around civil rights, the Department of Justice, as well as looking at data disaggregation across the government. So as our domestic policy council, we are working across all different agencies and helping them identify those opportunities to advance those objectives. So our team has been working with some of our largest agencies around the government, talking about strategies to advance data disaggregation and share some of the best practices and lessons learned across our agencies so that we can better understand and serve the needs of the very diverse community that you all represent here today, and all of you dialing in do as well from around the country, because we know the needs are different, and it's important for us to understand across the country and in different communities how we can best serve all Americans. And that's critical, whether it's language access and whether it's responding to hate that has left many of us feeling vulnerable and afraid. And to know that we have departments, agencies, dedicated staff from around the government addressing hate, addressing strong civil rights protections across employment, housing, bullying in schools, and education. And we want the community to know that we're here for you, and we want you to know how to access the work that we do, and we want to hear how we can do it better, because we know there is always more that we can do to meet some of the greatest needs of the community. And there's no more important time than now. What really motivated me to come and join this effort is because it will take all of us, not just our whole of government approach, but all of society to come together in a cross-community, cross-racial effort to bring our nation together. We know there are many forces out there seeking to divide us, and it's critical that across all of our policies, we are all represented. We're listening and we're coming together to advance solutions that will serve all Americans. So I look forward to working with you in that effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Our Chief of Staff, Jeff Zients, likes to say that if you want a high-performing organization, you hire phenomenal people. And Jenny is a classic example that I'm sure Gautam would agree with that mindset as well. And so, Jenny, thank you so much for your work in the Domestic Policy Council. We're really lucky to have you there. And representation is so important, as you say. And especially with you, Vanita, the work that you do at Justice, I think in our day-to-day, especially in the role that you're in, I'm sure it's easy not to see what we see, which is the amazing work and leadership that you do is so important, not only to this community, but to the entire country. And DOJ has played a key role, in particular, in addressing hate crimes and violence targeting A and NHPI and other communities, including through the implementation of the bipartisan COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act that President Biden signed into law nearly 2 years ago. What are some of the federal resources available to communities impacted by hate, including any programs or funding opportunities that may be of interest to this audience?
Sure. And Jenny kind of started to lay groundwork on some of this, but I just want to say that the Department of Justice was actually founded on a mandate to combat hate crimes at the time against Black Americans who were trying to exercise their right to vote. And that history of combating hate, the early prosecutions of the Justice Department were aimed at holding accountable Ku Klux Klan members that were basically inhibiting and killing using violence to suppress the right to vote by Black Americans. And that tradition, unfortunately, has continued because we continue to see a problem with hate in this country, and it remains a top priority. I will just say I was at the bill signing for the legislation that you mentioned, and it was such an important moment because after years of the NHPI community really experiencing and kind of hearing about it, reading in the news, the acts and increase in violence, to have a federal government, Congress, and the president and work together to say this is wrong was a very powerful thing, and the work to actually implement that legislation and other anti-hate legislation is work that remains a core priority for the Justice Department. Unfortunately, between 2020 and 2021, the FBI documented an increase of close to 12% of hate crimes in this country, but it was particularly acute for Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, where the anti-Asian hate crimes rose by 167%. I mean, this was a very significant increase, and we are still dealing with underreporting on these issues, which is one of the things that we are working on at the Justice Department. We have a lot of levers. We've had a number of important prosecutions to hold accountable those who are committing these acts of hate. But of course, enforcement is only one piece of this puzzle. We know that the type of hate that can kind of result in violence later sometimes starts in our schools with bullying and kind of polarization that can take root in young people's lives, and the work that we need to do to really create environments where people are coming together and dealing and tackling with these issues is important. But the Justice Department, through the legislation, has been able to have a lot more funding to go to support community-based organizations. I think probably a lot of you may be working with them or are working in them, and we know that for the most vulnerable communities that are impacted by hate, they may be too afraid to talk to the police, or they may not even want to identify themselves as victims or witnesses to hate incidents and hate crimes. And having trusted community-based organizations and leaders be the kind of receiving end of this information and be able to get law enforcement engaged is really important. We've also been training law enforcement to better identify and recognize and have best practices in how you interview vulnerable people who may have more long-standing histories of distrust and need to have sensitive, culturally appropriate interview styles as well. But these grants, we need to get the word out because we have more funding available to help support community-based organizations in this space. We've also been helping to create greater access to hotlines that can receive this information, again, for communities that may not feel like they have a way in to call the police or the FBI. And so we've been helping to expand access to hotlines in the states, and helping support states do this work of having anti-hate hotlines is actually an important tool. We've been working on data collection that remains always important. There's a vast underreporting still of hate crimes, and that's a real problem in this country. Data brings money, as we just heard from Nani, and so we need to be able to do a better job of both getting reporting in and being able to report out what is actually happening in the country. We also have a community relations service, and I know Justin Locke, I think, is here today, the head of our community relations service that helps go into communities. When I'm talking about schools, do mediation services to help kind of diffuse tension. We know them as America's peacemakers, and it's a really important function, but we can't do any of this work when people don't feel like they can even understand or access the benefits and programs we're providing. So we've been expanding language access, which is a really important thing, I know, for our communities, and it is something that has been administration-wide. So these are just some of the many levers that we have at the Justice Department. But to Jenny's point, I think we want to make sure that people know what resources are out there so that our communities can feel protected. That is what equal protection under the law really means. And we take that mandate incredibly seriously, but we can really only do that in partnership with all of you, with community leaders that are going to be working in communities that may be the most vulnerable to this type of thing. And I think we are making enormous progress, but that is a testament to the work that all of you are doing.
I think I speak for everyone here when I say that the work that you do, the partnerships that you've been able to forge, not only are so empowering to the people in this room and to this country, but are helping people and saving people's lives. So thank you so much on behalf of all of us for all your work. We're almost at the end of our panel. So as we close out our panel, I'd like our speakers to summarize in 1 or 2 words what you hope our community will take away from today's event. So I'll start with Jenny.
Okay, I have more than 2 words because I see we have a few minutes, but it is. The message of respect and human dignity is stronger than hate and division.
Gautam.
Oh wow, you're brief. Round of applause. I have 2. So the first is power, right? I hope for more events, occasions, meetings like this, where you can look around and just be inspired by each other and sort of realize what our communities are capable of doing together. The second word that I want to share is the one that the president uses the most frequently to describe the meaning of America, what's so powerful about America, and that word is possibility. And I hope also the message of the day that you all take away is how much we are all capable of doing, and that there really are no limits to where our community can go. And I hope the message you take from this panel specifically and from the colleagues that you heard in the last panel is that when it comes to public service, that there are so many opportunities and possibilities for all of us. And the thing that I feel every day is just the honor of being a part of an administration where we are welcome and wanted and valued, not in spite of who we are, but because of who we are. Sorry, that was longer, Jenny.
That was great. Benita.
I would say motivation and action. And I say those words because I think it's easy sometimes to be sucked into despair or cynicism. And there is no greater antidote to public service and empowerment than despair and cynicism. And I actually think despair and cynicism is like a privilege of the privileged, and that we all have a duty to give back. And the only way, and the only thing that has ever made a difference in this country, and we've had a long history from slavery on, has been that good people, young people, men and women have refused to give in to despair and cynicism and have aspired to create a more perfect union. And that is what we all every day aspire to do. We have good days and we have bad days, but being able to be motivated and motivated to act, I think is the thing that drives us all in this common purpose.
Nani.
I would say serving others. There's no higher calling in my mind than public service, but there are lots of ways to serve others, to serve your community, to serve each other, to help someone out, to be a leader by serving others and by organizing and helping people do things together, do really hard things together, as Benita was saying. So that would be my 2 words, serving others.
Thank you. As a citizen of this country, just hearing such amazing, talented people talk about this and knowing what they do for our government, isn't this pretty amazing? Can we have a round of applause for these guys? And as we close out, I just wanted to say what a lot of members of the panel said, which is they're doing incredible things, but they really can't do it without all of you and all the people in your communities doing amazing work all over this country. So please reach out to us, visit the websites. We are so honored that you are here today, and we look forward to all of your partnership in the years to come. Thank you very much, and Kamsahamnida.
I can feel it in the room right now. It's the moment everybody has been waiting for. You need to go to the bathroom. I feel you. Yes. So please, you guys, please go take a break. Text your loved ones. Take your selfies. Return here for the final part of our program by 3:30. Please do not leave the Lisner Auditorium or you will not be let back into the building. Okay, guys, I love you. See you soon.
Hello. All right, quick check again. How we doing? Let's go. All right, well, welcome back, everybody. I'm excited to introduce, we just got the tease, but I'm excited to introduce singer-songwriter, producer, and advocate, Milk, who will perform her song Metamorphosis and will preview an exciting new song, Closer. Milk, the floor is yours.
All right, in the fashion of life, plans change. So I'm gonna try something. So there was a song I wrote a while ago that went viral in 2017 for the Women's March. It became known as an unofficial anthem for the women's movement. And the lyrics are, "I can't keep quiet, a one-woman riot." So it's no mistake. I didn't fully quite understand how I was directly protesting to some of the stereotypes of being an Asian woman, amidst so many other things. I think outside of being, even if you're not Asian, you're not a woman, like you understand what it means to want to be heard. And so I wanna just start this a cappella. Put on your face, know your place. Shut up and smile, don't spread your legs. I could do that, but no one knows me, no one ever will. If I don't say something, if I just lie still, they may see a monster, they may run away. If I let them hear what I have to say. And I heard this in a dream and I said, I can't keep quiet, no, I can't keep quiet, no, I'm a one-woman riot, no, I can't keep quiet for anyone, oh, not anymore. And then this video went viral of me singing it with 24 other women, and then choirs all over the world, from Japan to Ghana to Hong Kong, Sweden, Germany, they sang with me. 'Cause no one knows me, no one ever will. If I don't say something, if I just lie still, they may see a monster, they may run away, but I have to do this. I can't keep quiet, no, I can't keep quiet, no, a one-woman riot, and all these choirs singing made me remember, oh, I'm not alone. Because if we speak our story, we speak our truth, the wind will carry it to all different parts of the world. I can't keep quiet, no, I can't keep quiet, no. And then some of you are wondering, oh, is she gonna make us sing along? She's at a piano and she's got this like emotional song, and oh God, it's happening. Okay, so everyone goes, I can't keep quiet, no, no, no. Let me hear you. I can't keep quiet. Come on. No, no, no. Let me hear you. Yeah. Louder. I can't keep quiet. because you're using your voice in different ways. So I'm just doing the more literal interpretation of it. That's been a dream of mine, to have a room filled with advocates and Asian Americans, just like, we're here, we're doing our thing, and we can't keep quiet, and it's such an honor to be here. Thank you for singing that with me. This next song is a new song. If you want to help me out and follow me, my artist name is Milk, M-I-L-C-K. The algorithm loves it when you press that little heart or follow button. And this is a new song called Metamorphosis. I thought it'd be perfect to play it for this audience, because as I was watching the AAPI hate rise during the quarantine, as all of us were watching, I was like, oh, we are in a time of metamorphosis. We are, as a generation, deciding how we want to redefine who we are. And so this song reminds me of the wings of a butterfly, and I've been telling everyone this story. If we try to assist the butterfly from its writhing and wriggling in the chrysalis, if we rip it so it can come out sooner, we actually kill the butterfly, because we rob it of its chance to strengthen its wings with every struggle. And that's what I view personally in my own metamorphosis as a woman, but also as a culture, a community, as a people. We are going through that. So when we're struggling and writhing, just know that there's a whole future where our wet wings are gonna dry. So hope you enjoy this song.
All these changes feel like death, yet my heart's still pounding in my chest. I'm on the rise, I'm on the rise, I can see my breath. All these changes won't kill me. Ooh, I was born for this. Ooh, metamorphosis. Give it a little more time, a little more time. Wet wings they will dry. Ooh, I was born for this. Been through pain and growth like teenage boys. I find strength in the faith of letting go. I'm on the rise, I'm on the rise, here I go. Oh, pain and growth, you feed my soul. Ooh, I was born for this. Ooh, metamorphosis.
Thank you so much. That was a beautiful song. Thank you for Closer. Everybody give it up. It's incredible. I'm like fangirling back here because everybody who has graced this stage is now making it back there, and I'm just so moved by the incredible talent and the variety of skill and love and passion, and it feels so warm to just see all of these faces that you feel like you know. When you see Asian people in the room, it just feels like you know them. And you can bum rush anybody, you can just like hug them like crazy. Lisa Ling's not like angry that I wrinkled her dress. Like, it's just so cool to be able to meet these people, these policy changers, these influencers. Everybody back there is so excited that this event was made and came to fruition. I'm so proud to be here. And I actually just recently had a really emotional trip. I took my husband is Black American, and I took him to my home country of Vietnam for the very first time. We have a daughter. Thank you. If you've ever been to Vietnam, I think it's one of the top 3 amazing places you'll ever visit in the world. And my daughter, her name is Monaco, so she's half Black and half Vietnamese. And I'm trying so hard to preserve my Vietnamese language by speaking to her in Vietnamese. And I don't even think I'm correct when I speak Vietnamese. It sounds terrible, but I'm teaching her and I'm trying, you know. So when I went through Vietnam, I took him from the south to the north. My mom's from the south, my dad's from the north. And if you know anything about Vietnam, they're 2 completely different regions. I think that the south is like the dirty south. They got their swag, they're a little gritty, they're a little rough around the edges. And then Hanoi is just very hoity-toity. They're very French with the way they move, and they kind of side-eye me all the time. But I tell them, like, my dad's from there, so don't step. I will cut you, because I'm also from the south. But it was such an amazing experience because he had no expectation of what the Asian culture was gonna be like. And I didn't too, you know, bringing somebody home who doesn't speak the language and is also of a very different, you know, skin. I didn't know if we should prepare for anything or if I had to preface anything. But the greatest thing about our people in every Asian country that you visit, I don't know how North Korea is, but I think the rest of them, which I've been to many of them, they're so warm. And the most exciting thing about being Asian is if you want to know about our culture, if you want to indulge, try our foods, speak a word, learn more about us, we open our arms and our doors for you and we welcome you to the table. And that's exactly what Vietnam was like for my husband, and that's exactly what it feels like here backstage, and it's exactly what I feel like here as we've been introducing everybody here to you on stage. You've given such a warm welcome because that's what Asians do. We welcome you into our family. That's what AAPI Heritage Month is about. And I'm just so excited that we're here to give everybody the warmest welcome. Thank you for being that for everybody here. Now, he not only will moderate an esteemed panel of AA and NHPI creatives, but he is the man who puts the bing in bling and the gold in golden touch. No, because this guy right here is literally turning the industry into pure gold, one project at a time. He is not just my friend, but this guy is a true game changer in the world of entertainment and representation. Please give it up big time for my man, CEO and co-founder of Gold House, Bing Chen. Right? I know.
Y'all give it up for GD Mai. All right, White House Forum on NHPIs. Good afternoon, everybody. All right, we're gonna begin. We have half an hour. We got a lot to cover. First and foremost, please welcome the incredible Rupi Kaur. Rupi is, of course, an incredible poet, #1 multiple-time New York best-selling author, has probably my favorite live special I've ever seen in my entire life, which you can access online. It's incredible, and is responsible for half of my cries in the last 7 years. Welcome, Rupi, again. All right, next to her, is Godfather, actor, producer, statesman, Daniel Day Kim. Give it up. Daniel is not just the leading man of leading men. He is a phenomenally successful producer with a hit broadcast show, and as we all know, on all the things across DC, has committed so much of his time, heart, and work, unlike any other artist I have personally seen, to the cause. Give it up again for Uncle DDK. Next is Madam Gina Rosero. Give it up for Gina Rosero. A model, activist, author, teaser, soon-to-be successful producer. Gina has transformed narratives for the trans community and has a brand new, stunning debut memoir called Horse Barbie that always be selling. How did that happen? The debut's on May 30th. And last but certainly most, Aaron Salah. Please welcome from the CEO of Gravitas Pacifica, Aaron. Aaron's company, Gravitas Pacifica, focuses on harnessing the incredible power and stories of the Native Hawaiian, local Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander community across creative industries, so his and their stories are accurately and affirmingly told. Give it up for Aaron. All right, let's begin. So this is the fun panel today, so we need y'all to be vocal. I'm gonna start with some softballs so we can ease it up. Number one is succinctly, why did each of you pursue media and entertainment? And what was your first job? We'll start with Ruby.
I should go first because it's like
Okay, we'll start with Ruby.
I feel like I didn't, it sounds so corny, it chose me, but I was 15 years old, working at Tim Hortons. Can you hear me? Okay, awesome. I was 15, I was working at Tim Hortons, which is Canada's version of Dunkin' Donuts, but less hectic. And when I wasn't working or, in high school, I was writing poetry and I was performing it in my local community. And it was really the performing it on stage that made me fall in love with the craft. And I was writing mostly about what it meant to be a South Asian girl growing up in the West. And I've always been a big reader and always hungry for books written by Asian women, which weren't always easy to come by. And there's a famous quote by Toni Morrison. She says that if you find a book that you want to read, but it hasn't been written yet, write the book. And I might be butchering that quote, but you get my point. And so I decided that I was going to write the poetry that I wanted to read, and it's been such a beautiful journey to be able to become a published author, tour the world like a musician, and now also write and work within entertainment.
All right.
That's a touching story.
Godfather Kim.
First of all, hi everybody. Aloha, as everyone has been saying, because I'm from Hawaii too. I'm so glad, like when we talk so much about the problems and the issues in our community, that we get a chance to do something like this where we can celebrate how far we've come. So thank you all for being here. I feel so encouraged by all of it.
An extra thank you, by the way, to Rebecca Lee, Grace Choi, as well as Philip and others. Thank you so much to them, especially.
Give it up for
Y'all
Phil,
give it
Kim,
up for
and
them.
Jeannie Mai, guys. They've been so great today. Anyway, what was the question being? How did I get here?
Why did you pursue entertainment? So real talk, do y'all remember a show called Lost? This was the man who got all of us dates. So, why did you pursue entertainment, and thank you for your service?
I'm going to be as corny as the previous answer. I'm going to. I went into college as a political science major, planning to be a lawyer, and so, like maybe one or two of you out there, I love political science. I wanted to learn how our government worked, and I still have a fascination with it. But I took an acting class somewhere in my sophomore year because I had an elective to burn, and I thought, what the heck? 20-something years later, here I am, and that's really how it started. My first job was at a theater called Pan Asian Repertory in New York City. Do you guys, anyone? Yeah, all right. So Pan Asian Rep, it's worth me mentioning Pan Asian Rep because it's one of two theaters in America, or that's not true anymore, but at the time, that focused on Asian Americans. It gave Asian Americans a chance to work on classical plays like Shakespeare and Chekhov and Ibsen. And the first play I ever did professionally was A Doll's House. And I was like 30 years too young to play this role, but I was so lucky to get the opportunity to play someone who was, not from Asia, and in a classical piece. And it's why these kinds of theaters are so important. As we talk about representation, we have to talk about history. And we cannot forget theaters like East-West Players,
Yes.
Pan-Asian Rep, Ma Yi, Natco. So, yeah, give it up. So that was my first job, and I'm grateful to those theaters, because otherwise, who knows how long it would have been before I had worked.
I don't understand how you're 30 years too old when you're 29, but math's not my forte. So, Ms. Becerra, how about you?
Hi, hello. So we started with a poet, so we'll do the word rhyming here. Corny to, I'm gonna start with Quinley, how's that? So it's the month of May. Actually, in the Philippines, the month of May is also peak Catholic trans pageant celebration, right? Let me say that, because in the Philippines, almost every day during the month of May, there's Catholic fiesta celebrations. And in the Philippines, usually on those 5-day celebration, on the 5th day of that day, usually that falls on a Sunday, the main event for everybody, like a stage like this, is a trans beauty pageant. And usually it's in front of the church, right? And the judges are celebrities and all that, right? So we have that culture. So when I was 15 years old, I was watching one of these pageants, and this woman named Tiger Lily, who's my trans mother, became my mentor, saw me and said, you should join one of these pageants. So I ended up joining my first trans pageant at 15 years old. I ended up winning second runner-up, best in swimsuit, best in long gown. Something simple. And thus, doing pageants and moving to New York City as a fashion model and now producer led me to here I am.
Very good. Mr. Salah.
Nolela kavelino ke aloha me oko pakahi nui ko uha oli noho mai me ke ia mau celebrities ma ke ia kahua nei a noho mau ma nei me oko. Aloha, aloha, aloha. I've never ever thought of the work that I do as entertainment. I've always thought of it as storytelling, and storytelling is hard work, because the goal of storytelling is to inform life according to worldview. And so in the 90s, I was living in New York, in Riverdale, studying conducting. If I followed the trajectory of my life, I would be conducting orchestras today. Got on a flight to go home and pack my things and come back to the city permanently. And on the flight, I decided I wanted to live at home. And what that necessitated was a reinvention of the work that I was going to do, of who I was going to be. And I walked into really becoming the MC of a Polynesian review 1,000 years ago. Tupe, the great Maori navigator, led his people across the ocean. In their migration, they came across a group of islands over which hovered a great and majestic white cloud. Hence the name Aotearoa, the land of the long white cloud. And so that was, thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
Someone got that on camera, right?
Arigato. And so what that work in Polynesian Review for Tihati Productions in Waikiki did, Faftai, set, of course, this trajectory toward work that I do in storytelling. And more importantly, it's a Disney word, but I'm going to co-opt it and appropriate it, story living, because the work that we do in storytelling is really, again, informing living of life in a world that is in dire need of really good storytellers. Thank you.
Beautiful. All right, in the interest of time, I'm going to jump around. I want to focus this next part of the conversation on what has changed since you started your creative and storytelling careers, and most importantly, what still needs to change for our community. Rupi, I'll pick on you first, and then we're going to jump around. I distinctly remember majoring in English in undergrad and being asked by everyone, what is it like to be unemployed after you graduate? You have not only made poetry into a very viable career, but a one where you have given language to an entire generation who can reimagine their place. Even Jeannie Mai 20 minutes ago backstage, I think we were all crying. She can share that story maybe. But what has changed since you started your poetic career and narrative career, and what still needs to change systemically?
I would say what's changed is, I guess, the impression of poetry. When I started performing about 13 years ago, and when I self-published my first book in 2014, I remember telling people, like gatekeepers in the industry, oh my God, I want to publish a book of poetry, and I was so naive, and they just laughed, because in their eyes, they were like, there's no market for poetry. That's just not, that's not going to happen. And it was a time where it was still very uncommon for digitally native artists to gain success in the ways that they are right now on places like TikTok and Instagram. And I feel like it was difficult at first because gatekeepers, they couldn't have imagined that a brown girl would write a book that would one day outsell Homer's The Odyssey and become like the highest selling book of poetry of all time.
Yes.
And which is a fact I learned a couple weeks ago, and I think it's so cool, so I'm gonna keep saying it until somebody's like, that's not true, but it is. So I'm like, fingers crossed, fingers crossed. And I think what's changed since is that so many of my peers have proven that that's not true. There was this idea that young people don't read poetry and there's no audience for it, but so many of my peers within the community have not only proven that to be untrue, but they've helped to expand the genre, which is really cool. And something in my line of work that I think needs to change is we're at a place where there's a danger of being further silenced because book bans are on the rise exponentially in school districts across America. And so many of these books that are being banned are about our stories written by AAPI and Native Hawaiian authors. They're about our experiences, including my own. And that's really scary. And I think I try to my trick is, one, we gotta continue to celebrate how far we've come and really lean into that joy, and then also use that joy to continue marching upwards toward a more just world.
Very good. Aaron, Ruby invokes a really essential part of narrative change, which is the education system. And as we all know, education is not just in school, it's evergreen. As they say, sometimes we graduate to go back into elementary school as adults. In terms of immaturity. And so I guess my question to you is, at a systemic level, the NHPI community, if I'm not mistaken, represents 6% of the global Asian diaspora. It's material, and we both know what the numbers unfortunately look like within storytelling. They're meek. What needs to systematically change for your community as well as our diaspora?
Yeah, thank you for that. You know what's a challenge for me is I've never felt invisible. And that may be because I grew up in a society that is Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander. I'm all three, check, check, check. Right, and so what's fascinating to me about having grown up and lived inside of a community like Hawaii is that we have found a way, and we negotiate this peace daily, but we have found a way to celebrate each other. We eat each other's food, we go to each other's homes, we sing each other's songs, we dance each other's dances. And so the way that that informs what happens in a school, and maybe this is a bit biased just because of my own experience, and I'm ignorant of the experience outside of Hawaii. It's one of the reasons I chose to stay home, is that we have this responsibility to live into the power of our identities. We have this responsibility. My math teacher in 7th grade used to say, you didn't lose your homework. Your homework knows where it is. Your homework has lost you. And so I've really taken that, we haven't lost our identity. Our identity is there. What we have to do is live into it and allow it to be what we need for it to be in order to empower us to be the people that we're supposed to be in a 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 30th century context. And so how that matriculates down into the classroom is that teachers have to afford themselves the power of their own vulnerability to accept that students come with very different experiences and allow those individual experiences to inform the collective success of the whole. And that is an incredibly powerful thing. This is one thing that the US is really, really bad at. The US is really, really bad at vulnerability. And if the US would allow itself to be vulnerable as individuals, individual citizens of the country, I think we would find that the power of that vulnerability provides for us the pathway to much more in authority, much more in empathy, much more in power than we allow ourselves to access now. Because we're afraid. We shouldn't be.
I think we're at church right now. Is it Sunday? Yo, give it up for Aaron Salah. Daniel, let's talk about another system outside of education, which is the system you occupy and lead in, the studio network and streaming platform ecosystem. I think something that's really rare about you, and you know this, is you're one of the only people who's successfully been in front and behind the camera at the highest levels. It's you and Mindy Kaling, and there's only so few. What still needs to change on that system to ensure that more of our stories and our leadership can take shape?
Well, Bing, you're uniquely equipped to answer this question as well. So I would put the same question to you, but let me contribute first. I would say it's not a one simple answer. It's not a silver bullet answer. There are a lot of things, and I'll just point out a couple of them. One is that we need more executives in the C-suites. No matter how much we push as producers, we're still subject to approval by someone else, by the people who are moneyed. And in my industry, it's studios or independently wealthy billionaires, one or the other. And sometimes that's both, the same thing. But the fact is that, people tend to want to approve stories and see stories that reflect their own experience. And when you don't have people who look like us, who are in the approval seats, then we are asking them to go outside of their own experience to accept our own experience, which is why it's so important for us to speak up about our own experiences and in that specificity find what's universal to everybody, because that's what we can find that's common in our humanity, and that's what everyone can get behind. So that's one of the issues. I think there also is an issue of support. All of you here, we're in a self-selected group. We're all here celebrating today, and I'm sure all of you can remember films like Who Killed Vincent Chin? Helen Zia is here today. And
yes.
Yeah, give it up for Helen Zia. And as monumental a project as that was at that time, it was hard for it to extend beyond the echo chamber of Asian America. So the idea that Asian Americans can support our work and have it reach beyond our own community is really important. And now we're finding that with films like Parasite and Everything Everywhere All at Once. We're no longer saying, right? We're no longer saying, wow, we support this because it's an Asian American film. We're saying we support it because it's a fucking amazing film. So it's about us supporting our own community and showing our pride in who we are, and let that be magnetic, let that be attractive to everyone else, and it becomes a self-perpetuating cycle. But really, Bing, I want to put the same question to you, because as the leader of Gold House, you know as much about this as anyone.
I'm really not supposed to speak. It's supposed to be about panelists, but
I'm asking.
very quick. Agree on executives. I think to shout out a lot of our community, the good news is our executives are putting in the work to make sure they're being inclusive of all traditionally marginalized groups. I'll give you two. The two largest media companies in the world by market cap, specifically on visual change, Netflix and Disney. The two people who greenlight stories and marketing at Disney are Asian women, Bella Bajaria and Marion Lee Dickus. Now, this is powerful because they not only have crushed incredible stories that resonate locally and happen to be for a global audience as well, but Asian women are the least likely demographic to be promoted to management, and yet, look at Bella and Marion. I think the second one is Disney. Newly appointed chief brand officer is Asad Ayaz. This is a queer South Asian man who now controls the single biggest marketing budget in the world for the biggest brands in the world, Marvel to Pixar. That is powerful. Right? And this is one of ours. And so I think executives is absolutely one. I think the second is also a mind shift of making sure that not only can we infiltrate, dare I say, or support existing systems, but also have our own, like what you've done with 3AD Media. So you have all these great multicultural leaders who have their own funds, who can greenlight their own projects and tell them very specifically. I think the third piece is allyship gets thrown around like a platitude, but the reality is a lot of our experiences are quite concentric, and the way that we need to solve them are quite concentric. Not to over whatever something, but we're about to announce something at Gold Gala this Saturday with the Latino community. If our two communities can get it together, we will positively, hopefully, influence the next 5 decades of the earth, because we are the fastest, right?
Exponentially.
That's right. And they are often omitted, as we all know, from diversity conversations.
Right.
And so anyway, so it's a litany of solutions. There's no panacea. I need to stop talking now. Gina Becerra, something that I love about what Daniel said in invoking everything everywhere all at once is, and the Daniels and Jonathan Wong are on the record for this, is it is so Asian. It is strong because of, not in spite of itself. And because of that, is the most awarded film of all time and A24's most lucrative. You as a human being are a beacon because your art is your existence. It is entirely autobiographical. There is no hiding your scripture. So for you, what still needs to change in the industry?
Thank you for that. In storytelling, now as a director, writer, producer, there's this virtue or saying that the personal is universal. I would like to add to that, particularly from the lens and the perspective of a trans woman as a trans Filipina immigrant, someone who have just written a book who's about to come out on May 30, pre-order. I'd like to add that the personal is expensive. In this story, in the projects that I'm doing, I care about the character, especially when it's really rooted from their personal truth, right? Because for so long, particularly as a trans Filipina, our stories are told by cisgender people, right? In this moment, as I'm sharing this stage, I'm sitting here, sharing this space as a very proud trans woman, because when I moved to New York City in 2005 as a fashion model, I had to disappear. I had to go stealth. For 8 years, the fashion industry did not know I was trans. My model agent, my business partner, did not know I was trans. And I certainly recognize the degree of privilege to that. But for 8 years, yes, I've achieved all that, right? I was in the business that is all about the power of imagery, but I was not being seen. I was so visible in covers of magazines and billboards, but I was also consciously invisible. It's this dual reality that I was managing, and doing that for 8 years took its toll emotionally, physically, and all that. And I think as what I'm doing now, and as I'm telling more stories, creating more stories, directing more stories, more so, even in my book, that Horse Barbie that I've written, I wanted to honor the long history of gender fluidity in our AAPI, Native Hawaiian culture, right? In the Philippines, the babaylan, the pre-colonial culture, the pre-colonial spiritual leaders, right? The Hijra in India, the Fa'afafine in American Samoa, the Mahu, right? It is in our the Katoys in India, it is in our very DNA, the notion of gender fluidity. We need to honor that, particularly as we're centering stories. What we're seeing right now in anti-trans legislation all over this country, we need to be there for particularly our AAPI trans youth. As I go to places now, as I do interviews and press for my book, people ask me about all that anti-trans legislation. And yes, I acknowledge that. But more so, I think, as a storyteller, I care about the lived experience and the people behind those anti-trans statistics and legislation. And I say this, it's because they see, those people that's trying to take away our humanity, they see our power. Trans, gender non-conforming people has the answer to this rigid binary that we've been led to believe. That's why they're trying to take it away from us. So I just wanted to simply honor that and recognize the power in that in our history.
There it is. As we mentioned earlier, we're so grateful to Rebecca Lee, Phil, Executive Director Ka'ai, and of course Grace Choi for having us at the White House Forum on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, Pacific Islanders. Because we're in DC and because this is a rare privilege, in 1 minute each, I know you all see the clock, what is your message to DC, whether it's narrative, storytelling, entertainment related or not?
I would say that we're living in a time where, it's so not interesting, it's horrible, but interesting, like how all of it is happening at once, Books are being banned at alarming rates. Abortion is illegal. Trans rights are being taken away. And it's more important than ever to continue to empower the communities that we serve.
I would say, and this is not just for the entertainment industry, I would ask Washington to catch up. What? I would, not when it comes to social issues, not just when it comes to social issues, but when it comes to technological issues. Right now, the writers are striking all across the country, and one of the issues is technology. We are on the brink in the infancy of AI that will significantly affect all of our lives, and all of the people who are up on this stage will be drastically affected. ChatGPT can write poetry. ChatGPT can write scripts. ChatGPT, not ChatGPT, but other AI programs can put my face on anyone's body. So this is stuff that Washington needs to not only understand, but learn about. And so when they can't understand what a finsta is, they've got a lot of catching up to do. That's what I would say.
DDK, what's your finsta? Gina, go ahead.
It's simple for me. Support trans rights, support trans youth, honor the long history in our culture. It's simple for me in that, and that goes a long way. Thank you.
Mr. Salah.
Just to echo this incredible group of colleagues on this panel, embrace empathy. It is the thing that will guide us into the future. Embrace empathy and understand that the world is bigger than each of us individually.
Aaron Salah, Gina Rosero, Daniel Day Kim, and Ruby Kaur. Please give it up, everyone. Thank you so much again.
I te e tau tini helawai amanu he upena tuu I kanoe ka pōpo e tahi wa ho o punia ela I ta ohu ka ki kepa kena ila iluna o ta auana I tau ahi noe ki ka peko hei ai kai amanu o pu o ali o ke ali I vale no ka umake make o taluhi o maua mai e nei o ka mākou lea lea no I hea waike ai ala Kawilina o ke aloha me o kou pakahi, o te tū lai ma le wha alo, ma o te tau tala ma le wha e tete, o te wha tūlou atu ai lo o tau paia, tūlou na lava. Our very dear friend, Pacific Islander, scholar, thinker, leader, E Peli Hau'ofa, was inspired to write Our Sea of Islands while on an excursion in Hawaii. Although we take credit as Hawaiians for the immediate spark that led to what has become a cornerstone of Pacific thought in poetic prose, what informed his view was an entire lifetime of living and breathing and knowing what it means to be from the ocean, from Oceania, from Pacifica. We are one saltwater people, born into a genealogy ordained by the ancestors, painted in the stars, carved into the sea. In our DNA is the lifeblood of a people born unto the ocean, voyagers of time and of space. In June of 2024, on behalf of the United States, Hawaii will host the 13th Festival of Pacific Arts and Culture, inaugurated in 1972 in Fiji and produced every 4 years, save 2020, during which the pandemic precipitated the festival's postponement. FestPac, as it is now affectionately called, has convened delegates from some 28 Pacific Island nations into what has become the largest gathering and engagement of indigenous peoples in the entire world. Our responsibility is heavy because we are accountable not just for the procurement and preparation of venues and event design and management. We are also, and more importantly, responsible for hosting some 3,500 Pacific delegates, traditional leaders, heads of state and entourage, and hosting these important guests in a very Pacific way, Kalofai. As Executive Director of the 13th FestPAC, it is my great honor to introduce you all to two Pacific Islander performers here today to share song and dance of their respective homelands, representatives of their Oceania. Igelau Miseach is from Palau in Micronesia. She performs in the traditional dance style of her homeland, of first appreciation and responsibility, and then of gratitude to the land, the sea, and the sky. She closes with a traditional women's chant, Igelau Miseach. Excuse me. Don't we come from the most incredible people on the planet? Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, Pacific Islanders. Sorry, I'm so preachy today. But can you just give ourselves a round of applause? John Taukeve sings a song of his native Rotuma, a group of islands off the coast of Fiji. I go to the sea, he sings. I find peace and feel it coursing through my veins, embracing my hanua, my homeland. Ladies and gentlemen, John Taukeve.
As the sun gets smaller beyond the horizon, sinking slowly to the ocean, birds fly back to where they belong as we sail through to the motherland. Kafauhi sa takwa mangoe so okya ot mota, volukafa malang raksa mangohoha. Yoni kopu asingo maro itokia salva stonte islas. If I knew I would have stayed back in Nandi. As the waves come rushing in and the crews are running up and down, well I know this would stop. So I covered her up, kissed her goodnight, stood up to see. I can hear women chanting. Well I know this would be the only way we get to the islands. Here, 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 here. I can only hear here, 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 here. Overnight and through the storm, and finally the rain has stopped. I can see rainbows as clouds cleared out. The morning mist comes splashing through my face. I can feel the ocean vibe through my veins. Kafauhi sa takwa mangoe so okya ot mota, volukafa malang raksa mangohoha. Yoni kopu asingo maro itokia salva stonte islas. If I knew I would have stayed back in Nandi. As the waves come rushing in and the crews are running up and down, well I know this would stop. So I covered her up, kissed her goodnight, stood up to see. I can hear women chanting. Well I know this would be the only way we get to the islands. Here, 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 here. I can only hear here, 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 here. I can only hear here, 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 here. Kafauhi sa takwa mangoe so okya ot mota, volukafa malang raksa mangohoha. Kayani kopu asingo maro itokia salva stonte islas. If I knew I could have stayed back in Nandi.
John Taukeve.
Hanua molu, usia telo tuk saklo lamur kalong ya, more, 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 more.
Minaka. Becerra. Both John and Igelau sing simultaneously of longing and of immense pride. Pride in and longing for their people and their homelands. In the United States, we often forget the important role that cultural practice and artistic expression play in informing worldview and how the circular and cyclical nature of our worldviews and cultural and artistic expressions further inform how we actually live in and with the world in which we all live together. In many ways, the Festival of Pacific Arts and Culture represents the manifestation of President Biden's Pacific Partnership Strategy and provides an opportunity to the United States to rekindle relationships with the Pacific and with Pacific Islanders, to establish and reinvigorate the most important kind of power in our region, soft power. Power that is firstly founded and then grounded in listening, in contemplation, in empathy. Thank you all for being here, for your energy, for allowing us to be here with all of you. Please allow me to offer my greatest appreciation and gratitude to Crystal Ka'ai, to Erica Moritsugu, to Georgette Furukawa, Rebecca and Phil, and the production team of this incredible forum for providing this time and space for us to share. A very important thank you to Eric Chang, coordinator of the arts program at East West Center and the Pacific Island Development Program, for providing support to bring JJ and Ihilau here today. We look forward to welcoming all of you, to seeing all of you in Hawaii in June 2024 for the 13th Festival of Pacific Arts and Culture. Faftai, mahalo nui, aloha.
Everybody give a big mahalo to Aaron Sala and this whole team up here. Aaron, don't go very far. I want to find out how to make a spam musubi. Is there any way to actually make the seaweed crispy around the musubi, or does it just have to blend together? There's no way to keep it crispy, huh? I'm going to TikTok it. Anyway, I also want to give props to Miss Liz and Alex here, who have been our ASL interpreters. You guys, when she was doing the drums too, I was like, oh, we're getting into all the details. Okay, wait, is there a sign for my name at all? Like, is there one for Jeannie? Okay, I can spell with you, Jeannie. Hey! Thank you so much. Thank you for being here, ladies. They said that they swap. I was talking to Alex backstage. She was like, they swap because they just need to give their mental a break for a second because it takes so much to compute and process what they're doing now. And I was like, I need y'all in my life because sometimes people schedule Zoom meetings for things that I think should be in an email. I can't. Like, I'm like, let me get the interpreter to like come and do this work for me. But thank you, ladies, for everything that you do. Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am so honored to introduce a woman who has an incredible gift of taking us into the tapestry of human experiences. This babe right here, she's an award-winning host and executive producer of the captivating This Is Life with Lisa Ling. I know, right? She is my absolute woman crush every day, my shiro. She is the link that connects us all. You like that? Give it up for our woman, Lisa Ling.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? I thought you were excited cheering for me, but I realized Eric Nam was right behind me. How you doing? How we feeling? A little tired? Yeah, a little bit. Okay, well, listen, I know it's been a long day. We've heard from a lot of voices, but I'm so excited because this panel is about power and harnessing that power and really finding our voice. So I'm so excited to introduce this esteemed panel, a man who needs no introduction, obviously. Eric Nam, who is a singer-songwriter, as you all know, TV personality, actor, and entrepreneur, and the creative director of a media company called Dive Studios. Give it up for Eric Nam. And after serving as an educator, Estella Owima Church is currently the executive director at EPIC, Empowering Pacific Islander Communities. Give it up for Estella. And my friend John Yang, he's the executive director of Asian Americans Advancing Justice, AAAJ, where he works to fight for civil rights and empowers Asian Americans through public policy, advocacy, education, and litigation. John Yang, everyone. And Versha Sharma, and I'm so excited that she's here today because she has a 3-month-old baby who is actually here, who felt that this was so important that she had to come along with her baby in tow. She is an award-winning journalist who is currently the editor-in-chief of Teen Vogue, where she focuses on covering social justice, culture, fashion, and politics. Thank you so much, Versha, for being here. So I'd like to just go down the line, if I could, and ask you to tell us a little bit about yourself, what you do, and how and when, or when and how, you found your AA or NHPI voice. Eric, I'll start with you.
Big question. My name is Eric. I am a singer, songwriter, actor, and entrepreneur. And I think when it comes to my NHPI voice, I think I'm still developing. I think we're all kind of developing it. For a long time, we were told that we don't have space in the spaces that we exist. And so I think in recent years, we're seeing ourselves represented in media in so many incredible places, and we're just now starting to get our footing and getting comfortable with expressing ourselves to our fullest ability. So for me, I think it comes in the form of creating music and art, but also it comes with creating businesses, media business, but also a mental health platform that I created with my brothers. So I think that's where I've been finding my voice, not only on the creative side, but figuring out what is the social impact that we want to create as a NHPI creator. So that is what I do.
Love that, Eric. Estella, when did you find your NHPI voice?
Yeah, big question, right?
Big question.
Talafalava, Aloingo, Stella, we were church for appetite, for having me. So former educator, was in the classroom for 10 years, and I now get to serve, shout out to teachers. I now get to serve community with an amazing team at EPIC. We are a pro-Black, pro-Indigenous national organization based in Los Angeles, and we are working to advance social justice on behalf of Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander communities through research, advocacy, leadership development, and narrative change. My voice, I think, I would agree, it's definitely still in development, but I think as an undergrad, a Black Studies major, I am Black Pacifica with roots in Satufia, Sabai Samoa, and in Calabar, Nigeria. I was born and raised by Tovangar in Los Angeles, and I'm a very proud Angelino, and working to be a better relative for Tongva Nation. And I think the voice came as a Black Studies student, undergrad at Cal State Northridge, when I read Audre Lorde's first line in her speech where she says, "I am Black mother, warrior, poet, and I have come to do my work asking if you have done the same." And I was like, oh. I got some work to do, but also it was the first time it had dawned on me that I absolutely have all of the right and authority to be everything that I am all the time, holistically, unapologetically. I am Black, I am Pacifica, and every space I come into, all of those ancestors are with me. And so they're here with me today, and I am grateful for them.
John?
Sure. So for me, for my organization, our organization advocates, we educate, and we empower people. So what I mean by advocate is we are here in the capital city trying to advocate for policies with the administration and Congress for the betterment of Asian Americans. It includes litigation, things such as keeping the citizenship question off of our census in 2020. When I talk about sort of educating, it's making sure that media narratives about our community are right. So pushing back against things like the China virus or chain migration, terms that are offensive to our community. And then when I talk about empower, is working with all of our community partners that do this serious work on the ground to make sure that our communities are served. In terms of my voice, I actually don't go back to what Senator Hirono says about, it's not about finding my voice, but how we use our voice. And how we use our voice comes from all of us, right? All of our own lived experiences. So for me, that is a lived experience as a Midwestern boy on the outskirts of Chicago when there's so few Asian Americans that I was called chink, that I literally got into fights for being Asian American. I'm not proud of it, but I am proud of it, right? It is, but the fact that I'm an undocumented immigrant, a so-called illegal alien, and I found my path to citizenship through bipartisan legislation signed in 1986. It is as an advocate now, recognizing that I have the privilege of being here in DC to advocate for all of us, to create change that all of us can really benefit from, to feel protected, to feel more secure, to feel more included in our society.
Thank you, John. Varsha, tell us a little bit about yourself and when did you find your AA voice?
So I am a proud Indian American from central Louisiana. That's where I grew up. And I think, yes, I don't know if that's for
From
Indian Americans or
Louisiana?
Louisiana, whatever it is. I like both. But I think growing up as a brown girl in the Deep South and the Bible Belt 100% shaped my voice and my life and worldview. And I think there were a couple factors there. Certainly I felt othered in a lot of ways. And I'm also very grateful to my parents who found a community with other Indian immigrants and South Asian immigrants and raised their children in this community as well. So I had a little bit of both. And I think that, being editor-in-chief of Teen Vogue now, I think a lot about that little girl growing up in central Louisiana and never seeing somebody who looked like me on the cover of a magazine. I'm now almost 2 years into the job, and I'm very proud to say I put 4 South Asians on the cover of the magazine, and it's great, and lots of Asian Americans as well. Also not seeing anybody like myself in a job like this. Like, Lisa, you were the Asian American journalist that I watched on Channel 1 News growing up. And now we have a lot more, thankfully, but Lisa was absolutely a trailblazer. And so I think all of that, yes, props for Lisa. I think the very few role models like yourself that I saw in media helped me find my voice, and I'm still working on it. I absolutely agree with what Senator Hirono said as well, which is it's about finding your voice, but it's also about learning how to use it, because we're all born with it, right? We're born with our voices, and it's just demanding that people listen to us now.
Varsha, I'm deeply humbled and flattered to hear you say that, but I think even for me, even though I've worked in television for so long, when you ask me that question, when did you find your AA voice, that is also a difficult question for me, because when you grow up and you don't see people who look like you or your stories reflected in the media or in history books or in politics, it's hard to be definitive about what that voice is. So I appreciate you taking on that big question. Eric, you have a massive following across so many platforms, but you have decided to really take on this issue of mental health across all of your platforms. I wonder where you see that need and among your fans and your audience, and what kinds of things are resonating with your fans when it comes to mental health.
Yeah, thank you for the question. My brothers and I, we started a company called Dive Studios, and it started really fun, podcasts, K-pop content. What we found is so many people wanted to hear the stories that were most relatable, and that is the human experience. Conversations around... Is that me? Sorry, guys. I don't know what's
Talking
happening.
about depression, anxiety, everyone's
I
getting
know,
all
they're trying
tense
to-
and
Gosh.
getting feedback. It's real.
Yeah, but we created this platform called Mindset, and the purpose and the mission behind it is to really normalize conversations around mental health through storytelling. It is a platform, it is a community. We have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people on our platform, and the reason that it's become such a big part of who I am and what I do is that, particularly in Asian AAPI and NHPI communities, it goes just really not spoken about. We also know that for AAPI communities,
That doesn't work.
Hello. There we go. For AAPI communities, oftentimes we're the least to seek mental health care, and when we do, it is at a time of crisis. It is an emergency time, and we want to get people to a place where it is preventative. Mental health is something we should take care of every single day. And so I think it's not just my fans, it's a human issue that we feel very strongly about, that I feel very strongly about, and it's kind of embedded not only into the work that I do, but also the music, the TV shows, everything that I talk about. And I think as a creator, it's so empowering and it's very powerful when people listen to my songs or whatever I was going to say. This spoke to me and it saved my life. I've had people break down in tears at concerts just sharing that story with me. And so for my brothers and I, it's really about how do we continue to make this as accessible as possible? How do we really tell these stories from the biggest K-pop stars to the biggest Western stars and athletes and actors so that everybody feels and can hear and see themselves in this conversation that we're having with mental health. And so that's kind of been the focus that I've taken on in the past few years, using my Asian American voice, I guess.
Well, yes. I so applaud you for that, Eric, because I think we recognize that there are so many young people in crisis right now, and taking the initiative to be open and candid about how important it is to learn how to feel or be given permission to be able to feel is so vital. So thank you for that. Versha, you also have a very big teen following, and so I wonder if you can talk about the things that you have seen or the struggles that young people who follow your magazine or who are readers of your magazine are experiencing, and what are ways that we can empower this generation?
I think having this conversation right now is fantastic. Listening, Eric, to you talk about what you're doing and focusing on is 100% where we start. I think making people feel like they're not alone is number one. And like Eric said, Asian American youth are statistically less likely to seek treatment. I myself go to therapy every week, or try to keep up with it every week. I'm a huge fan of it. I think everybody should go to therapy if they can. I have, dealt with anxiety and depression pretty much my whole life. And I think, being able to be on this stage and just talk about that and talk about it with other people in the audience, backstage, normalizing it and realizing how important it is that we just give voice to our feelings, just like you said, is incredibly important. And so particularly with the pandemic, we've seen some really disheartening statistics about how young AA NHPI youth are feeling. First of all, young people are feeling more isolated since the pandemic began because school shutdowns, just the era that we're living in now, it's completely understandable. But then also the rising hate crimes and hate that we've seen against Asian Americans as well has really caused a huge issue amongst our community in general. And so I think reaching out to people, letting them know they're not alone, letting them know there are resources, places to seek help. There are fantastic free resources online, groups that you can go to. And I think just the more that we have this conversation, the better.
Did you, Versha, did you feel apprehensive about being open about dealing with depression throughout your life? And how did the people who follow you, how did they respond to that?
Everybody, well, I won't say everybody. I'll say a lot of people have responded very well, which I'm very grateful for. I've talked about it for a good portion of my career now that I think I feel, even talking about it right now, I'm a little uncomfortable, I'll be honest. But people have been so appreciative of bringing it up and being honest about it. And I'm grateful to my own bosses and mentors in my past life. Before Teen Vogue, I worked at Now This for 7 years, another newsroom run for young people, by young people, incredibly diverse, just a wonderful place. And my boss there went to therapy, and she was open about it, and that encouraged me to then be open about it. And so it's just sort of that cascading effect, and if I can help one person talk a little bit more about it, then I'm very happy.
Yeah. We really need to normalize that conversation about therapy. John and Estella, I want to ask you both, the COVID pandemic really exposed so much ugliness and so much racism that has just been simmering beneath the surface. What would you say the lessons have been, right? What have we learned from that period? Where are we now, and how do you see conversations and how do you see action around this topic moving forward? Estella, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think you alluded to it. These are definitely issues that already persisted, and the pandemic just sort of magnified them. It continues to be painfully obvious that we as a collective are still struggling to dismantle systems and structures of racism and white supremacy that are absolutely embedded in all of our systems and structures across this country. It also becomes very obvious that all of us, in many ways, have been complicit in each of those systems and structures, and that we are internally, individually, struggling to do what Audre Lorde says, is to do our work. And part of that work is also our personal identity voyages to figure out who we are, who we're supposed to be, what our kuleana is, like what is the responsibility, the higher call, the purpose that you were put here to do, that your ancestors are behind you rooting for you to do, to accomplish. And I know that it's difficult to do that deep, reflective, sometimes very painful, traumatic work, but it's absolutely necessary if as a collective we're going to dismantle and disrupt those deeply rooted systemic structures and barriers that continue to hamper our communities from accessing the resources that they need and thriving. And just thinking about voice, just sitting here listening to folks, I'm like, I actually have never had the privilege of not being an advocate. It's not my existence in this country. It's just not my truth. And I've always had to be as a little girl, and I watch my 9-year-old, she also has to be an advocate because the world sees a little Black girl. The world sees a little PI girl, and that's all she is. That's all she is to other folks. She's the universe to me. It just continues to be obvious that we have a lot of internal work to do individually and as a collective. And then I also think about the term BIPOC that has become a buzzword, and just in thinking about the intent of that term, right? We to do better, we want to center the most marginalized in our communities. And so for BIPOC, we put Black Indigenous first, right? And so I just offer, as Native Hawaiians, Pacific Islanders, and particularly Melanesian folks in our communities continue to struggle for visibility, visible together, right? That we reconsider the way that we use these terms, because they've become weapons against many of our communities that are struggling to be seen even today, right now, in this space, right?
Estelle, if you don't mind if I pick up on that, in this country right now, we are in the midst of a really ugly culture war. And as a former educator, I mean, I'm sure you were always a teacher, but you're not actively in the classroom anymore. What words of advice would you give to those in education who are on the receiving end of this literal attempt to close the book on diverse histories?
My advice isn't to educators, because we're in the trenches. My advice is to community, is to parents, is to CBOs, is to lawmakers, is to school board members, is to talk to your kids and talk to your educators. Teachers are very adept at getting out of young people's way and letting them lead the way they are supposed to and meant to, the way they want to. And all of the rhetoric around the country that is hampering kids' access to quality, equitable, culturally responsive education is all outside of the classrooms. It's not coming from teachers inside the classrooms. It's not coming from the kids. It's not coming from our communities. It's coming from folks who are very out of touch with our children and with our parents and with our schools. And so the call is to everyone else. Show up for your teachers, show up for the kids in the classroom, and listen. Stop talking. Listen to them and take heed to what they have to say.
Yeah, I mean, it occurs to me that so many of the things that we've been hearing today, there is a contingent of Americans who would literally not, want to prevent their kids from hearing what we've been hearing today. So it's incumbent upon all of us to expose our kids and to keep fighting. for exposure and for knowledge, really. John, going back to the question about the racism that COVID exposed, where would you say we are right now? What have we learned? And also talk about, how sort of fragile things are. I mean, here we are celebrating this month and these incredible achievements, but in an instant, during periods of instability, things can turn and an entire community can become scapegoated again. Can you talk about that?
Absolutely, and thanks for the question. Let me start by telling all of us, let's remember, democracy is not a spectator sport. It is a sport that we all must participate in. And so part of what I really appreciate about this panel is all of us come from different backgrounds, but the common link is that we're all trying to tell the story of who we are as Asian Americans. And that's a story that all of you, after these panels, after today, should bring out to your communities to make sure that we all know who we are as Asian Americans. Because Lisa, you're absolutely right. This is very fragile. Certainly in the last 3 years, you can say that some of this anti-Asian hate started because of COVID-19 and that the words that were used around COVID-19 targeted all of our communities. But it's not going to end here. I mean, we have real geopolitical differences with the Chinese government right now. And you see that in the news every single day. And so we need to make sure that when we talk about these issues, we remain nuanced all of this. So certainly words matter, and then these actions matter in terms of what we do with all of this. I really appreciate what Estella is saying about education. All of our communities have been marginalized communities, have been vulnerable communities. And so what we say to educators, what we say to those people that are trying to push back against telling our histories is, look, these histories are our lived experiences. The least that they can do is learn about our experiences.
Thank you, John. In closing, I just want to ask everyone to answer a question. I mean, I know that there are a lot of youth leaders in the audience and people who still might be struggling to find their NHPI voice. What advice would you give them to be able to sort of harness that voice? First, I'll start with you down there.
Well, first I would say tune out the noise, because there is a lot of noise in terms of pressures from different people, whether it's coming from your peers or sometimes even your family, to live your life a certain way. And I say that because, like the panel before us with creatives, my own family, my own parents were not convinced that I could have a successful, stable career as a journalist, right? It wasn't until I basically got this job that they were like, maybe easing back on going to law school. So understand that pressures come from everywhere, including your own family, and it's just really important to find your own passions and give voice to what those are and stay true to yourself in that regard. And also know that that might change, and also know that it's going to take some time.
Okay, I lied. I can't have everyone give their advice on finding your voice because we have to wrap. But thank you so much for being part of this. Estella, John, Bersha, and Eric Nam. I want to direct you to a video. Eric got a chance to talk to our Surgeon General, Dr. Vivek Murthy, about mental health, and we're going to show you that video now. Thank you all so much.
Hi, everyone. Sorry I can't be there for the White House Forum on Asian Americans and Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders. In recognition of this gathering, Eric Nam and I had a fantastic conversation about his life story, and especially as it relates to mental health. Here are some highlights from our chat. You can listen to the full conversations on my podcast, House Calls with Dr. Vivek Murthy. Take care and enjoy this time together. Well, Eric, let's get into your music. You've talked about music as a way to heal. And I'm curious, how does that belief in healing show up in your music or in your songwriting process?
What I have found is the more honest and vulnerable I am in expressing and explaining what I'm going through, oftentimes the better the song. That's why every piece of music that I write, I have a very distinct memory about that song. It's a page out of my diary, essentially.
And it seems like a key part of your process is to be vulnerable. How did you learn how to be vulnerable?
When you contain and you hold on to these moments of stress or anxiety or whatever it is that you're going through, it's not good for your health, mental and physical. And I had to learn all that the hard way. I think when I started to realize that, just having close guarded conversations with intimate friends, then I was like, oh, this isn't a big deal to share that I'm going through a very hard time. And people are gonna help me, and it's not gonna be a point of judgment. And a lot of people, I think, appreciate that. They appreciate when you're vulnerable with them.
Well, what do you love most about being Korean American?
Ooh. I love every side of myself, of the Korean Americanness. And I say that because I think when we were growing up, I don't know how you felt, but I always felt othered. I never felt like I ever fit in. But what I'm realizing now is that experience of feeling othered, of being third cultured, there are so many of us who feel that way and are connected in that way. And also understanding that being third cultured is a superpower because we understand multiple cultures and maybe even multiple languages all at once. We can sit at the intersection of a incredibly globalized world. And also, Korean food, music, skincare, TV, film, killing it. So.
Now, most important question. If you and I started a boy band together, what would we call it?
Really valid names.
Should it be oriented around food?
It could. It could be about like Korean, Indian, Chinese fusion.
You know what dosas are?
I love
in India.
dosas.
Oh, they're so good. I love dosas too, and I actually like eating dosas with gochujang sauce, right? Because it's such a great combination that just people don't do often enough. But there could be something with different dishes or sauces that we.
What if it's dosajang?
Dosajang.
Yeah.
I love it.
That's actually a pretty cool name.
I love it. We've got our boy band name. Eric,
right.
this is it.
Vivek, I'm telling you, Coachella 2025, it's happening.
There we go.
We're gonna make a docu-series behind it as well.
I love it.
Please welcome Jerry Wan.
Please welcome Emmy Award-winning television personality and producer Jeannie Mai Jenkins and White House Senior Advisor for Public Engagement, Philip Kim.
Well, I hope everyone's been having a great time so far. Okay. Take a second, stretch it out, and buckle up, because the moment we've all been waiting for is finally here. Today's forum is all about shining light on AA and NHPI excellence, and this leader is no stranger to making waves and breaking barriers. As the first ever South Asian and our first AA and NHPI leader to serve as Vice President, we couldn't be more excited to have Vice President Harris here with you and share about all of her incredible work and leadership at the highest level.
And she is serving Fashion Honey, one iconic pantsuit at a time. Here to introduce Madam Vice President is producer of Dear Asian America, Jerry Wan.
Thank you, Phil. I am actually not what you've been waiting all day for. I stand between you and who you actually came for. So give it up for ourselves, everybody. This is us. I know it's dark and I can't see you either, but there's a bunch of people in here who look like us. And I've had the pleasure of sharing all of our stories and getting to know so many of you. And what an honor to be able to stand here before you and to introduce our friend, our leader. But before I do, and I don't know what camera is, but I want to say hello and I love you too, Jacob and Charlotte. This is all for you guys. I am joined. I got through that without crying. Thanks, Dad. I'm going to be joined on stage, and I'm here to introduce actor, producer, and America's favorite strict brown mom, Poorna Jagannathan. And now, all that you've been waiting for all day, so get your cameras out, start live streaming. My and your and our Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Go Warriors. Well, Doug's not here, I could say it. Hi, everyone. Hi. Wow. What an extraordinary group of leaders in one place at one time. This is very exciting.
Would it be possible to get the house lights up just for a second so the Vice President can see what the room actually looks like?
This is a big deal. Joe Biden would say that a little differently, but this is a big deal. A very big deal.
Amazing to be with you today, Madam Vice President. I'm going to start off with a personal story.
Okay.
In 2019, I was invited to be part of a show called Never Have I Ever. Of course. And my character is an immigrant Tamilian mother raising an out-of-control teenager in Southern California. And the demographic parallels are crazy. I'm an immigrant Tamilian mother raising a truly out-of-control teenager in Southern California. But the creators, Mindy Kaling and Lang Fisher, encouraged all of us to do something which I've never experienced in my 15 years of working in TV and film, which is to enter set every day with your full self. all our stories, all our experiences, all our heritage.
Yeah.
So, and that showed up in big ways, like in the plot and in the script, and showed up in small ways, like, deciding whether we'd have idli or dosa with our hands that day.
Oh, yeah.
Being in a no-shoe household, or during the scene, dropping words of endearment that my mother would say to me, like kanna, which means kanama, which means dear one.
Yes.
And my mother's favorite word to me is kaide, which means brainless donkey. But my heritage is something that would always make me feel like a bit of an outsider all these years, and suddenly it is the thing that makes and gives me an intense sense of belonging.
Yeah.
So many beautiful stories of the diaspora come from it and fuel me, and it has brought me all the way to you today. Yeah. So what a gift. I just want to ask you about your heritage.
Yeah.
You've talked so much about where you come from and your complex heritage.
Yeah.
I want to know, however, that, and also how has it influenced how you have led in these last few years?
Yeah. Well, I too was raised by a mother. Well, I think for so many of us, if your parents' first language was something other than English, when people are feeling pure emotions, either of love or extreme frustration, they go back to the mother language. So I did not learn a lot of the language because my mother just didn't have a lot of people to speak to in Tamil. But I did learn all the words of affection and frustration. And I could recite some of them, but I'm going to spare you and myself from that. But, I think that one of the great gifts that so many of us have when you have been exposed to different cultures is that you understand in a very profound and sincere way that the vast majority of us have so much more in common than what separates us. You really do. You learn that culturally, the love of a mother, the love of a grandparent, it's crossing cultures and languages is so common in terms of the experience that so many of us have. And I think that's a real gift, especially in moments like this moment, where in our country in particular, we are seeing these powerful forces that are trying to sow hate and division among us. Those of us who have been raised with a lived experience then of understanding commonality, I think have a particular commitment and conviction to make sure that those that would try and separate actually don't win in terms of that approach. So there is that. My mother came to the United States by herself at the age of 19. And she was part of one of the first waves of Indians to come to the U.S. She came in, I think, 59. And let's talk about my grandfather. My mother was the eldest. And so we all know culturally what it means to be the eldest, to the chagrin of our younger siblings. And she actually applied because she wanted to be a scientist and she wanted to study in what was considered to be one of the best schools. And so she kind of secretly applied to UC Berkeley. Go Bears. And she got accepted and she told my grandfather. And she said, I want to go. And my grandfather was a very progressive dude. He looked at his eldest child, who was also his daughter, and said, okay, you go. So at the age of 19, this is transcontinental flight. She'd never been to the United States. She went. And in many ways, when I think of my mother's story, I think of culturally that she was so comfortable and clear about where she came from and who she was. And she had a unique ability to, I think, really infuse in us a sense of pride and a sense of understanding that we should not let anyone define our identity. My mother would often say, you don't let people tell you who you are, you tell them who you are. And, you know, I mean, this is an experience that I had growing up as the eldest child also, watching my mother, who, if you ever met her, you would have thought she was 7 feet tall, but she really wasn't exactly 5 feet tall. And, you know, she was this brown woman with an accent. And I also was acutely aware as the eldest child of how she would be treated. And at a very young age, understood also how people would make certain assumptions about the character and the intelligence of someone else based on those attributes. And so early in my life, I also understood how these disparities and these stereotypes could attempt to define and marginalize people, and what we must always do to fight against that. My grandfather was one of the favorite people in my life, and I was the eldest grandchild. So he convinced me I was the special favorite one, but I think he told all the grandchildren the same thing. And my grandfather would take, by the time we would go to India every other year, and my grandfather had a tradition of every morning taking a walk with his buddies, who are all retired, and this was, you know, they were part of, you know, the independence of India, and my grandfather would talk with his friends about the importance of fighting for democracy and independence, the importance of fighting against corruption, the importance of fighting for equality, regardless of where someone was born or what so-called, you know, status, because of course India has a very troubled history with that. And so my story is also a story of being raised in a family and in a community where there was a real fight to always uphold the importance of independence and identity. And in fact, I just recently got back from the continent of Africa, and it was a trip that I intentionally curated in a way that we would talk about the continent in a way that it was about recognizing the innovation and ingenuity that is happening on that continent. Again, fighting against stereotypes, right? And in fact, I'm sure everybody here knows, but the median age on the continent of Africa is 19. Oh, yes. And there is some incredible work happening among young leaders there. But so three countries I visited, started in Ghana, then Tanzania, and then I went to Zambia. Well, the Zambia trip was to highlight, as I did in the first two countries, what's happening in terms of democracy and innovation. But it was also because, you see, my grandfather and my grandparents and my grandmother lived in Lusaka, the capital of Zambia, my Indian grandfather, because when many of the African countries, and I'll speak about Zambia in particular, when they gained independence and fought against colonialism and gained independence, the Indian government, which had just fought for independence, would send support. So my grandfather moved to Lusaka with my grandmother, and we went to visit him there. And it was also nice to highlight something that we all know who have learned about the history of the world also, to highlight these relationships that are about, you know, commonality based also on struggle, including the struggle and the fight for independence. And that was a special treat for me. And I actually went to the place where they had lived. It was since rebuilt, but my aunt who was there, who went on to head up she was an OB/GYN, she went on to head up the OB section of PGI in Chandigarh, which is a teaching hospital in Chandigarh in India, in the north. She was a young postdoc there and worked with, had a friend who was a young African doctor down the street, and they would walk to hospital, you know, this is not the hospital, they walked to hospital every day. And it turned out that that young man ended up being the Minister of Health years later for Zambia, and instituted what I'm told was similar to what we did here under
President, then Obama, and Vice President Biden around the Affordable Care Act. And so it was just nice to also make these connections between all of these countries and commonality around a fight for independence, as an example.
Thank you for sharing that story. You know, it's these stories that I think really help us connect. In addition to your illustrious title of Vice President, you also hold the title of being the most popular guest on Dear Asian Americans, which is obvious. But I think when we listen to the stories, and I think people make assumptions about you and without getting to know your story. And so when we say representation matters, yes, it does, but we also have to do the additional reaching out and learning and asking the right questions of, where are you from? Why are you doing this? And what do you want to do? In positions of power here in Washington and across the country, we're seeing more and more folks of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander descent choosing to run for office. And that's not really on the menu of things that were approved.
And then there was a bit of clarity when people thought about the fact that, oh, right, the movement for independence, for freedom, right? And so I think that there is also, as part of the origin story of a lot of immigrants, a really deep knowledge and understanding of the power of government, and the importance of democracy, and what happens when democracies don't exist or are not intact, when there are oppressive regimes, when there is corruption. And so it is not as though the immigrant story is that one comes here and has no knowledge and awareness of it, right? And I think that's a really important point to acknowledge. It is a matter of then whether one, decides that, do I want my son or daughter to become a doctor? Or, okay, law school is okay. But representation matters, right? And so what we are seeing with more recent generations of the kids who come from immigrant families is a recognition that if we are to be fully a part of, if we are to be fully actualized, we should not be excluded from any system, and we should not self-select to exclude. And I think that's part of it. I think also part of it, frankly, is, I saw a lot more activism in terms of social justice and civil rights activism after we've had awful incidents, like the hate crime that happened against people who appeared to be South Asian or Muslim or were profiled, right, because they were wearing a turban after 9/11. And what ended up happening around just understanding, you can't expect other people to fight for your rights. We build community and we'll build coalition, but one has to also step up and make sure that we are all in the room when these fights occur so that each person can offer their voice based on their lived experience. And I think we have seen that happen more and more. But we still have so much more work to do. And it is also about political activism in terms of just voter participation. But for example, I'm going to be in Georgia later this month, and the AAPI turnout for not only us, for Joe Biden and me, but for Warnock and Ossoff, really helped determine, if not was determinative, in terms of the outcome of those elections. So there's work that we have been doing also to get people more actively involved, and people are seeing themselves in the system because of the people on the stage and in this room, and I think that we are seeing more activism as a result of that, and it's sorely needed. It's sorely needed.
Okay. So an important topic on my mind, being a woman, a mother, a survivor of sexual assault, is reproductive health care.
And with the Roe versus Wade being overturned, we're seeing unprecedented attack on the reproductive health care system. I was delighted to know from your team that 74% of Asian Americans surveyed said abortion should be legal in all or most cases. And I would love to know, what is the administration doing to address those needs?
So, first of all, thank you for being so courageous to tell your story. And this is an issue that I think is something that demands and requires all leaders to speak up. And we all need to build on the movement that started before and led to Roe v. Wade being decided, and we must pick up to move forward and get a United States Congress who has the courage and the willingness to pass legislation that would put the protections of Roe v. Wade into law at a national level. And again, I come at this being raised by a mother who fought for women's health rights and fought for the dignity that women should have and deserve to have in the healthcare system, and fought against the inequities that were present there. And so this issue of fighting for women's reproductive care, for me, it's just something that is very personal in terms of just a lifelong acknowledgement and understanding about the disparities and the unfairness and the indignities that women can face in the healthcare system. And if you compound race, if you compound language barriers, profound impacts result. And so on this issue, let's look at where we are. The United States Supreme Court, the highest court in our land, just took a constitutional right that had been recognized from the people of America, from the women of America. And what we then saw is in states around our country, extremist so-called leaders started proposing and passing laws that would criminalize healthcare providers, literally laws that provide for jail time for doctors and nurses and healthcare providers, passing laws that make no exception for rape or incest. And many of you know, a majority of my career was as a prosecutor, and as a prosecutor, I specialized in crimes of violence against women and children. The idea that you would say to an individual who has survived an act of violence and violation to their body, to say to that person that after that, you will also be deprived, and we will take away your ability to make the next decision about what happens to your body. That's immoral. That's immoral. And that's what's happening in our country with these people who puff and huff, and they're so big and bad, and they beat their chest. They're supposed to be strong. We're supposed to just be in awe of their intelligence, and what they're doing is absolutely unconscionable. And on this point, let's also recognize that for women of color, women with immigrant background, women who may have language barriers, the impact on them is even more severe in terms of where can they go? Where will they have the ability to be in a safe place to address one of the most personal issues that a person can face? And the concern I have, and we have so many leaders here that I would ask us to all be also thoughtful about on this issue, is there is also underlying this a centuries-old issue of judging women based on their sexuality. And so an environment that on this issue is also intended and certainly has the effect of making these individuals feel embarrassed, ashamed, as though they've done something wrong. And what that means in terms of compounding their sense of isolation, and in that way, suggesting to them that they are alone and that they are not seen, and that we don't care about supporting them and their voice and their autonomy and their independence. So there's a lot at play on this issue. And ultimately, I think that the way that this is going to be resolved is we have to keep voting, and we have to vote people in office who have the courage to stand up and agree that this is about foundational principles that are about freedom and liberty. And I want to say this point also. Let us also agree and speak loudly. One does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do with her body. But talk about going backwards, right? So you look at this moment we're in, where a lot of the work that we've been doing as administration, I think today demonstrated that, has been to address what we must do in terms of empowerment of communities, but also to fight against injustice, right? And when we think about where we've been in the last few years in terms of everything from anti-Asian hate crime, to what we are looking at in terms of attacks on fundamental freedoms like those of a woman to make decisions and a person to make decisions about their body, to the attacks we're seeing on voting rights, to the attacks we're seeing on LGBTQ and trans folks, the attacks we're seeing where there are literally, can you imagine in this year of our Lord 2023, book bans? I mean, really, like what? Book bans. And what we are seeing in terms of in places like Florida, where literally teachers who are in a same-sex relationship and have a spouse and a family are afraid to have photographs of their family in their classroom for fear that it will then evoke a conversation with a student that is basically these so-called leaders are saying should not be happening in that classroom. Talk about these, there are attempts that are happening right before our eyes to roll back all of the hard-won freedoms that we have collectively fought for. And this is a time for everyone to stand and to speak out and be very active. You know, there's an old poem about they'll go for it, they'll go for it, they'll go for it, and then they'll come for you. And who will be left? That's the moment we're at right now. And that's why it's so important that we renew always our commitment to the coalition and to standing together and saying no one should be made to fight alone.
Thank you so much. Speaking of coalitions and allyship, our community felt that very strongly over the last 3 or 4 years as attacks, racist attacks, hate crimes, and even murder against people who look like us in this room have risen, and gun violence is something that we continue to deal with. And there are moments in that, or there's some positives in that many of us in this room have either become more active in the community or have recommitted to continuing to fight the work. And we find friends in different communities who share, and we finally realize that we are not so much different after all. Can you address what you and President Biden and the rest of the administration are doing to address the continued attacks on our community, particularly with gun violence?
So we are seeing a rise in hate crimes, period, right? I mean, my husband, the second gentleman of the United States of America, has been doing a lot of work fighting against anti-Semitism. And so we are seeing a rise of that, a horrendous rise in Asian hate crime, where grandmothers are afraid to go to the store. And their families are afraid for them to go to the store, which is part of their routine and their social, traditions. We're seeing the marginalization, we're seeing the bullying, we're seeing a tenor where where one should be praised for their so-called strength, but they evidence their strength and it's measured based on who they beat down, when in fact I think we all agree you measure strength based on who you lift up, right? And so there's a lot of work that we have to do against this moment of this tone and this approach to what does strength look like, what does leadership look like. And in that regard, on the issue of gun violence then, there are a number of specific things that have to happen. In terms of, to your question, what our administration has done under President Joe Biden, we have passed smart gun safety legislation for the first time in 30 years that moves the ball forward. But we've got more to do. We have more to do. We should have a national ban on assault weapons. These are designed, these are weapons of war. They're weapons of war that have no place in the streets of a civil society. We should have red flag laws. We should have background checks. Why should we have background checks? Well, because you might want to know if someone has been found to be a danger to themselves or others before you let them buy a gun. It's just reasonable. And we cannot be seduced into perpetuating this false choice that suggests that you're either in favor of the Second Amendment or you want reasonable gun safety laws. It's a false choice. I support the Second Amendment. I also want to see an assault weapons ban. I also want to see universal background checks. I want to see red flag laws. I want to see that our babies are not sitting in a classroom where they should be able to learn how to read and write and explore their ideas about what the future of the country can hold, but instead they're sitting there also being taught how to hide in a closet and be quiet if there's an active shooter in their classroom. That's what's happening. I grew up in California where, I'm going to date myself, but when I grew up, the only thing we had to learn was, duck and under a table if there's an earthquake, right? Now our children are literally afraid. I have talked to kids who say, I like this class and I like this, but I don't like going to fifth period. Why don't you like going to fifth period? Because in that classroom, there's no closet. So there is so much about this issue that is about saving lives on every level. And we need people to have the courage to act. And that is the one thing that is lacking in this United States Congress and in legislatures around the country. And again, we have to step up and we have to demand action. Lives are at stake.
Madam VP, it is Small Business Week.
Yes. Moving on to a different subject.
Yes. So we'd love to know what the administration is doing to support small business, especially Asian-owned small business. Yeah. And I just remember during the pandemic, places like Chinatown and Filipino Town were deserted. There was no foot traffic. And
J-Town.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There's just no bouncing back because there's such an erosion. Yeah. And our Asian entrepreneurs are historically less likely to be funded.
Yeah.
So would love to know what's being done.
So I love small businesses. Yeah, I really do. And we had growing up, my mother would work long days and weekends and from time to time, and there was a woman who lived 2 doors down from us, Mrs. Shelton, who, if our mother was working later on weekends, we would go and stay with Miss Shelton. And we lived in the apartment above her nursery school. She was a small business owner. And her role was to be almost a matriarch in the community. She was not only a business leader, she was a civic leader. She would mentor. I would see her from time to time counsel young parents. She was part of the fabric of the community. And that's who small business owners are, right? They're the ones who will sponsor the local softball league. They are the ones who, you know, will recognize the people who come in and notice if you're having a good day or a bad day, and if it's a restaurant, maybe sit you down and know exactly what you like to eat. And not to mention that half of our workforce who works in the private sector, not in government, either runs or works in a small business. So there are many, many reasons to support our small businesses, and the point that you are making is a critical one. Not all of them have equal access to capital. So when we think about younger small business owners, it's interesting, I think they more self-identify as entrepreneurs, but they are actually small business owners. But with great ideas and with ambition, which we want to encourage, but don't necessarily have generational wealth and access to capital. So the work that I've been doing has been, it actually started in the Senate, working with some of my colleagues in the Senate. We got $12 billion extra to put into community banks. And so our administration has been building on a lot of the work that is about bringing private equity investment and private investment together with what we are investing in community banks to increase the capacity then from people who are in the community to give capital and access to capital to these small businesses to start as startups, but also to grow and expand. And we're seeing great return on that. Under our administration, we've also seen an historic increase in the number of small businesses being started, and many of whom are in communities of color. And it's work that we have to continue to do. But to your point, in particular, when we're thinking about Asian small businesses, and of course it ranges. You know, it's everything from construction to a daycare center to a restaurant to it ranges. The work is just literally about understanding the value of that small business to that community, culturally. Understanding, to your point, there are people in that community that want idli for breakfast. And so the South Asians here know what I'm talking about, right? And that's the only restaurant that will make idli for breakfast, right? But, you know, the big bank won't necessarily know that. But community banks do. And they understand then the importance of a particular product or a service to a particular community. So yes, that's a good idea, and let's fund it. So that's the work that we're doing.
And to everybody here, obviously, and those watching, we need to support our businesses, not just in Heritage Month, but all throughout the year. Because when you spend money at our businesses, we then go take that money and give it to a friend, a neighbor, another small Asian business, and that's how we're going to make our community stronger. Thank you so much for spending your time with us today. The theme of today is Visible Together, and whether it is, you know, talking about reproductive rights or gun violence or identity and leadership, we're all working very hard in our own ways to make this a safer place for our children and our next generation. For many of us to see you get elected was such a big deal because it was a first. And for my kids and for all of our kids, I don't want that to be a big deal anymore. I just want it to be, oh, another one, you know, and you get to be the first. But I want you to share with us sort of your parting thoughts to the future leaders of our country. Maybe some of them aren't here in the audience, but certainly some are watching. And a message of inspiration and hope from the Vice President.
I'll offer two. One, my mother would say often to me, Kamala, you may be the first to do many things, make sure you're not the last. So that is part of the responsibility we each have. But the other piece of advice, in particular to maybe some of the younger leaders here but actually, it doesn't matter the age. You will often find that when you walk into that boardroom or that meeting room, that conference room, you will often find that you will be the only one there who looks like you or who has had your life experience. So here's what I've got to say. You walk in that room with your chin up and your shoulders back, knowing that when you walk in that room, you are representing the voice of so many people who are so darn, I was gonna say it differently, proud that you are in that room. And that we, and just remember when the lights were on, they'll probably come on again, and that we, you remember this, we are all in that room with you. You are not walking in that room alone. And that is critically important to remember. You know, sometimes I know it is intended mostly to be a compliment, but you know, when people say, oh, you're special. Oh, but my grandfather, it's different, okay? If Grandpa said it, it's a different thing altogether. But sometimes when you're told that, it can also be about saying, oh, you're the only one like you, which is another way of saying you're alone. You're not alone. Don't ever walk into those rooms being made to feel or think that you are alone. We are all in that room with you. And that is critically important because we have so much work to do. And we should do it always with pride and with a sense of knowledge that we come with people. You come with people.
Vice President, everybody.
All right. Can we just give another round of applause to all of our incredible speakers and performers today? Can we give a warm round of applause to Jerry, Porter, and Madam Vice President as well, please? Today, we've heard so many rich stories, beautiful performances, and deeply moving remarks about how to bring about real change for our AA and NHPI communities. And as our icon, Sandra Oh, said, it is truly an honor just to be Asian and to be a part of this AA NHPI community. All good things must come to an end, however, and you guessed it, our program is sadly coming to a close. But before we close, we'd like to bring out one final performer to bring us home. Please welcome to the stage award-winning singer, songwriter, and influencer, Wolf Tyler.
This one's a special one, just to brighten up the mood. I hope you enjoy. The music played, summer's on the way. You know that I need no better days, so I won't make you stay. You should put your trust in me, trust in me, trust in me. I won't ever let you down, let you fall, let you down. Even when my lights, I stay on your mind. Go ahead, take your time. Don't go switching sides. I will find somebody who will know somebody. And I'll just put my trust in you. If we make it up in summer, you'll get on my turn. So let's just fly, just me and you. Open it in the pool. Got the stars on the roof. Tell me what you're trying to do, 'cause I've been thinking about you. Open it in the pool. Got the stars in the roof. Tell me what you're trying to do, 'cause I'm thinking about you. It's just summertime. Let's just try and get your vibe, or let's just do it. Don't overthink it. Got your hands all on my waist. Two-step while the record plays. Don't keep me waiting. I get impatient, impatient for love. I will find somebody who will love somebody. And I just might put my trust in you. If we make it up in summer, you'll get on my tongue. So let's just start, just me and you. Open it in the cool. Got the stars in the roof. Tell me what you're trying to do, 'cause I've been thinking about you. Open it in the cool. Got the stars in the roof. Tell me what you're trying to do, 'cause I'm thinking about you. Thank you so much. My name is Wolf Tyler. Kamsahamnida.
All right, everybody, let's give it up one more time for Wolf Tyler. We hope you had a great day. Please get home safely. We'll see you next time. Take care.